All right, attention in the pits. We will take Dragsters, all 3 stickers. Dragsters. We'll take you to the stadium lanes, please. Round 1 of eliminations. Dragsters to the stadium lanes, please. All right, here we go. Getting ready to roll into round number 1 of eliminations. Dragsters, you have been called. All 3 colors, red, white, and purple. We will take you to the stadium lanes. Round 1 of eliminations. No box getting in and buckled up. They're coming out first. It's like Clint Bailey and Jeff Jaquish going to be our opening pair coming out of the lanes. Jaquish on that snowmobile out of Racine, Wisconsin. Bailey out of Clare, Michigan, 69 Dodge Dart. Dragsters, we're begging you. We need you to the lanes. If you're running round 1, and I know we've had a pretty significant group that left after 3 days of racing yesterday, but I know all the dragsters didn't leave. And we've got 0 in the stadium lanes. This is round 1. This is not a time run. Don't worry. It's not a time run. It's round 1 of eliminations. And here we go. Clint Bailey, left-hand lane, Clare, Michigan. Going to dial into the 625. Jeff Jaquish. Snowmobile will be on a 570 opening pair. Day 4. Ultratech Race Fab. 32nd World Super Pro Challenge. We'll see who's wide awake here this morning. Jaquish is in. Clint Bailey's in. Here we go. Tree fires. Green light. Pretty decent on reaction time here. Finish line winner going right lane Jaquish in the snowmobile. 0:23 reaction time for the win, and 3 over the island. Jeff Jaquish will be in the round of 16. Rich Van Els and Todd Schmitz next. Chevrolet Camaro's on the line. 69 Chevy in left lane out of Morristown, Tennessee. Dialed in at a 597. Rich from Lowell, Michigan. Driving for the Seabright Group with a 576 dial in. Dragsters, round 1 of eliminations for dragsters need to be in the staging lanes. All colors. Round 1, dragsters, we need you in the lanes. Red light for Todd by 009. Rich with a win. He's 19 green, and he'll run a 583 at 118 miles per hour. Looks like they're running off the dial in a little bit here early on. Stan Jones Jr. and Andy Wingo. 540 in right lane for Wingo and the Fiero. The Corvette on a 593. All drivers in. Tree fires. Red light by 39 for Andy. Stan with a win. He's green and 39. Runs 3 over. 1 over for Andy. He's run as close as anybody to the dial in here. Kelly Smith, Alex Shield match up. Alex with a Camaro right hand lane, 653. Kelly in the left hand lane. Going to be dialed 632. Final call, dragsters. Final call to the stage lane, dragsters. Final call. There'll be no more calls to the lanes for dragsters. Round 1 eliminations. Final call. Kelly Smith went to the final last night in the no box 32 of the truck. He's in there at 632. Alex Shield, 653 in the right lane. Both drivers in. Green lights a pair. And right now it is Alex holding the advantage. Finish line, win light going. Alex, 014 and 3 over for the win. Left-hand lane Kelly is 052 and 2 over. Brett Williamson and Aiden Lutzke. Lutzke with the 79 Chevrolet Camaro right-hand lane down 650, taking on last night's no box 32 champion in the 50 grander. Brett Williamson, Winnebago, Illinois, 57 Chevy, dialed in at 581. Red light for Aiden Lutzke by 16. Brett Williamson will win. He's 24 green and runs at 80 with a 7. 3 thou under. Good run for Williamson. Aiden turned it red and went 52. Mike Kane and Tom Martinez Jr. The Dakota truck to the left-hand lane, dialed in at 648. The Challenger for Mike, dialed in at 606. Door car racers, get them ready. Looks like an extremely small field of dragsters stuck around. So door car racers, get them ready. Mike gets in there first. Tom doing the bump with the Dakota. Now he's in. Red light for Mike. Ertikas for the win, 35 green light, and runs dead on with a 5. Mike a little bit under. They're hitting the dial-ins now. Jeff Alexander and Evan Muchler. Jeff right lane, Howard City, Michigan. 602 dial-in. Evan left-hand lane. S10 out of Grass Lake, dialed 628. Green light's a pair here. Good run. Best run of the round so far. Win light going left lane. Look at that. Who needs a time run when you're 019 dead 9 beating an 024 dead 6? Great race. 0-0-2 at the finish line for Muchler. Kyle Yacko and Jason Mikula next. Chevy 2 in the right-hand lane, 592 dial in. Kyle the Daytona dialed 618. Finish line here, it's going to go right lane, got it. Kyle Yacko in the left-hand lane is 007 and 1 thou under. 007, 1 thou under for Yacko. Mikula is 31 and 100th over for the win. Andrew Heineck and Scott Erickson. Camaro Dow 552, the Vagon is 602. Andrew Heining 034 and 1 over the dial in. He's going to get the win there. Erickson is 061 and that did him in. Mark Daniels and Warren Smith. Righteous Ride dialed in at 612 on the left. The Camaro right lane dialed 585. Mark Daniels, Warren Smith. Daniels holding the advantage as they go by the tree. Win light going Daniels. 023 reaction time and a couple over. Warren went dead on the dial-in with the Mustang, but had an 060 reaction time. Alyssa Martin going to race Tom Bray. Camaro on a 696. The S10 on a 609. Too close to call. 3 thou separate them. Finish line, win light going. Alyssa Martin, 044, 2 over. Beats an 041, 4 over the dial in. Danny Angel and Neil Swain on the line. The Jeep dialed in at 567. The Mustang on a 619. Another good one here at 008 to 018. Finish line, win line going left lane. Danny Angel 018, 1 over. Neil was 008 and 3 over the dial in. Angel to win. Donnie Hagar and Scott Kiefer. Scott dialed in at 598 in the 55 Chevy. Donnie in the Vega dialed 632. Finish line here, win line going left-hand lane for Donnie Hagar, 033 and 2 over the dial in. Scott Kiefer, right-hand lane, 4 over the dial in with an 027. Jeff Wistinghausen and Jason Hicks on the line. The Oldsmobile 689, the Camaro 650. Down to the end of the line here. Winner Wistinghausen, 002, 2 over for the win. Emma Helsel. He had one no boxer not show up. Emma will get a single here. All right, rolling into the box side, the Dragsters. If there's a bye run in round number 1 of eliminations, if there's a bye run in round number 1, it is going to car number K349, Josh Cull, the S10. Josh Cull, you're sitting on the bye run. And here we go. Casey Kovacs, Evan Davis. Dragsters start coming out of the cedar lanes. Evan in the right-hand lane down 494. Casey in the left lane will be down 486. Once again, if there's a bye run in round number 1, it'll go to car K349, Josh Cull. This is round number 1 of eliminations. Dragsters coming at us. Opening pair, Kovacs and Davis on the line. Finish line, it'll go left lane. 006 and 1 over. Davis 014, 1 over. The 006. Helped Casey Kovacs get the win there. Trey Goodson and Steve Smith coming up next. Trey in the left lane down in a 507. Steve in the right-hand lane down in a 466. Both drivers in. Tree fires. Green light, green light. Goodson and Smith. Green light going, Smith. 012, 8 over. Trey is 0.28 and 6 over. Trevor Deeks and Jason Preston next. Jason left lane down 477. Trevor in right hand lane down 453. Winner going to be Trevor Deeks, 0.13 and 2 over the dial in for the win. Jason missed it there, and then he runs 2 over, actually dumping that at the finish line, 137 miles per hour. Matt Gramlich and Jordan Crow. Matt left lane, 478. Jordan right hand lane, 464. Finish line here, winner going right hand lane. Jordan 0.11 and 2 over. Matt is 0.64 and 1 over. Bob Kelly, Tyler McCurry next. Tyler on a 484. Bob will be on a 508. Bob Kelly, Tyler McCurry, winner going left lane. Bob Kelly, 0.11 and 2 thou under. Tyler's about 14 thou under, missed it a little bit with a 44. Rob Lutsky and Justin Harrington. Right hand lane, Rob dialed in at 483. Justin will be on a 498 dial in the FTI side. So once again, if there's a bye run in round number 1, Josh Cole, the S10 is sitting on the bye run, K349. Red light there for Justin. Lutsky with a win. He's 0.53 and 2 under. Justin's 24 red and 2 over. Steve Williams and Ryan Sparks on the line. Here we go. Tree Flyers Red light by 005. Ryan is 003 green. Ryan got some rest last night. 003, 100th over, good win. Steve missed by 2 thou on the dial-in and 5 thou on the react. Will Crawford, Brittany Ulmer. Will left lane, 484. Brittany on a 474 on the right side. We're winding down with dragsters here, so we're not calling you yet, door cars, but it won't be long at all. When we do get to door cars, we'll call 2 colors, which on the final day it'll be red and white once we get to that. Not too far down the road here. You're getting called to the Satan lanes. Will Crawford and Brittany Ulmer, 474, 484. Good race here. Finish line winner, right lane. Brittany laying down the best run of the round so far. 010 dead 4, 14 total. Will was 11. And breaking out 14 thousandths, took 17 stripe, needed to be 3 or less. Rick Needham Jr. in right lane, and Michael Ferraro left side. 478 for Ferraro. Right lane, the Hamilton, Ohio car dialed in at 504. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door cars. 2 colors, red and white. Red and white door cars, lanes 3 and 4. Red light there for Rick Needham, so Ferraro the win. He's 11 green and 2 over. Door cars, red and white run stickers to the lanes, please. Round 1 of eliminations. I believe it'll be lanes 3 and 4. They will guide you to the appropriate lanes. Art Reed and Jeff Gilman back up from their burnout. Jeff in left-hand lane, 446 dial in. Art will be on a 492. Once again, we have called door cars, round 1 eliminations for red and white. Red and white run stickers. Red and white run stickers to the lanes. Art's 009 dead on. Jeff Gilman is 016 and 1 over. Art Reed will go to round 2. Jeff Gilman will visit the buyback window. Jason Jensen and Troy Stone next. Troy Dell 431. Jason on a 452. It's getting 2 colors for the door car side. Both red and white have been called. Jason Jensen and Troy Stone. Winner left-hand lane, Jason Jensen. 000 dead 6 here in round number 1. Lays down 6 total. Troy is 30 on the let go and a couple over. As our next pair back up, Chase McKay and Maddie McCormick. Maddie in left-hand lane down 442. Chase is going to dial it up to a 443. This will be a good one. I'll give it the high alert for the 8th mile grandstands down there. There's going to be some breaking going on in the finish line of this one between these two, Maddie and Chase. Scoops are rocking. Finish line, left lane. Look at that. Maddie took 4th out stripe, 023, 004 stripe, or Chase may have give it back 004 at the finish line. Maybe more likely, as he's down to 149 miles an hour and 14 green. Either way, Maddie gets the win. Derek Gilman and Paul Wolf. Wolf in right-hand lane down to 502. Gilman left lane 444. Derek was that close last night. That close to being in the final. Turned it 1 red in the quarters as he was sitting on the semifinal bye run. Paul Wolf and Derek Gilman, and this one is Paul. 001 reaction time. Paul lays down a 001, 2 over. Derek is 037 and 11th out under. Jeremy McCormick and Chris Conley back it up. Conley right-hand lane 478. Jeremy left lane 433. Red light in the left-hand lane for McCormick by 001. Conley with a win. 17 green and 3 over. One thou separate them here. Jared Ledford, Russ Sparks, winner going. Ledford dead on. 016, dead on with a 4. Russ is 017, 100th over the dial in. Nick Lakeys and Devin Payton get a run. Nick left-hand lane will be on a 479. Devin a little bit dial in at a 474. Two thou separate them here. Nick and Devin. Finish line. Devin 019 went over the dial in. Nick is 021. Got there first by 15 and went 2 thou under. John Park, Scott Hornline match up. John left lane 436. Scott with a 483. Blue light here going for John Parks, 0-13 and one over the dial in. Good win. Scott is dead on with a 2, but had a 0-39 reaction time. Mike Zednick and Don Vincelli, the Montreal Dragster, dealt 4:49. Mike and Ray Lane dealt 4:91. So Kirby McLennan getting the win there. He's 0-20 and 100th over the dial-in. Richard turned it 003 red. Briscoe in the left-hand lane. Then went one over his dial-in. Gary Williams all excited with the big long burn out there in the left-hand lane. 475. Dom Cianciarelli in the right-hand lane. 444 dial-in. Good race here between Williams and Cianciarelli. Give it to Cianciarelli here. 006 dead 4 up against Gary Williams. 10 total. Gary was 10 on the let go, then took 7th thou strike to be 7th thou under. Canadian getting the win. Mike Newman and Justin Daniels. Daniels left lane down 523. Newman in the right lane down 479. Right down to the end of the line here on the dragster side are a bunch of door cars sitting on the stadium lanes for round 1 of eliminations. Don't forget to visit the Motorplex Souvenir Building concession stand over there. I haven't got an update on t-shirts. There may be some left. Win light here going right-hand lane. Mike Newman, 021 and then 4 over the dial-in. Justin way over the dial-in, a 10th over in the left-hand lane. Troy Williams Jr. going to race Dan Ide. Dan, our first door car up in line, taking on Troy, our last dragster. 461 to a 610. Red light for Dan Ide over there. Troy Williams the winner in right-hand lane. 461 on a 461. He'll advance. Camaro coming up in the FTI lane. Mike O'Rourke taking on Fred Squires Nova in right-hand lane. 629 and 551. Win light here going for Squires. 006 and 1 over the dial in. Good win. O'Rourke is 23 green and runs a 52 on a 51. Toby Croning and Steve Height on the line. Monte Carlo and S10, 606, 584 dial in. Win light going left hand lane. Steve 018 dead on with a 6. Toby was 028 and then 14th out under his dial in. Tyler Clark and Travis Mardlin 704 for the truck and 567 for the Lumina. Right hand lane the win for Clark, 012 and 3 over the dial in. Travis was 045 and 4 over his dial in. Tyler Clark gets a ticket to round number 2. Andy Wingo and Nolan Blanchard gonna run. Monte Carlo on a 624, the Fiero on a 542. Green light's a pair here. 4th out, separate them. Win light going right lane. Andy Wingo, 051, dead 0. Nailed the dial in here. An opening round. Nolan left hand lane, 047, 3 over his dial in. Stan Jones Jr. and Craig Skinner. Trans Am 655. Corvette for Sam dialed 595. .007 red for Jones. Skinner with a win. He's 32 green and runs a 3 over. Jones is dead on the dial in. 595 and a 595 will turn on the red light. Chantel Lorenz and John Boss. John with the left-hand lane. 634 dial in. Chantel's Camaro dialed 614 in the right lane. Win light here going for the left-hand lane. John Boss by 2000s, 047 and 2 over. Chantel was 017 but then 5 over the dial end. Kyle Kidder and Craig Eberhardt. Craig left-hand lane, the dial 548. Kyle on a 656 for the Nova. Brandon Lang, Jeremy Bargo on the line. Bargo right-hand lane, Kentucky Mustang 601. Brandon with the Monte Carlo 588. Finish line here, win light going Bargo. He's 29 on the let go, 100th over the dial in. Brandon's 34 on the let go, 200ths over his dial in. Jeremy with a win light, Sam Manuel and Josh Cole with his second entry. His other entry sitting on the buy run. Cole, the S10 dialed in at 624. Sam and the Nova dialed in at 7 flat in the right-hand lane. Red light by 001 for Josh. Sam with a win. Oh, Josh. 001 red, dead 6. Not going to like it, mostly because of the information in the other lane. Jeff Sanchez and Tom Bueller next. I like these two Chevys. Camaro on the left, 624. Chevy 2 on the right, 621. Win light here going for Tom. 013 in 1 over. Sanchez 026 dead on the dial in. Good race. Margin of victory 8 thousandths for the Camaro. Wes May and Todd Schmitz. Todd right lane 601. Wes 654 in the left. Wheels up for Wes. Here comes Todd in the Camaro. Finish line winner going. Oh, Wes May doing Wes May stuff there. 005 dead 2. 7 total. Todd was 41 on the let go. So Wes with a win. Chris Kozlik going to race Kenny Underwood. S10. Doug Smith's machine dialed in at 606. Kenny Underwood. Chevy Camaro dialed 598. Good race here, Underwood and Kozlik. Finish line winner going left lane Kozlik. 012, 1 over, taking 1 thou stripe. Underwood 002, and 2 over, maybe giving it back 1 thou more likely. Jared Bennett, Jason Jenkins next. Jason left lane 712. Jared 642 with a Chevy 2. Jason and Jared. Finish line win light going. Jason 014, 3 over. Jared's 044 and 3 under. Michael Rourke Jr., Joe Samelik next. The Gia down 565. The Firebird on a 597 dial in. Winlight here going left-hand lane. Wow. Joe Samelik laying down a 002 dead 7 for the Gia. 9 total here in opening round. O'Rourke is 15 and dead on in the right lane. Some of the runs have been really good. Some of them, a little bit, didn't get enough sleep last night. Maybe had something going on there. Brett McKay and Dustin Loynes. Dustin left-hand lane 585. Brett right lane 593. Red light for Brett. Dustin going to be the winner, 046. 5 under the dial-in, holding 500s there. Brett runs dead on with a 4, but had a 008 red light. Daddy Dave Lorenz, 551 with a Chevy 2. Eden Lutsky, his Camaro, 653. Pretty good one here. 1 thou separate them. Finish line winner going right lane. Aiden Lutsky, 018 dead 5 in the Camaro. Lorenz, 017 100th off. Jim Davis and Andrew Mitter are going to run. Truck in the left lane down 646. Chevrolet Camaro on a 508 dial in. Pretty good one here. 012, 014. Winner going right lane. 012, 3 over. Andrews 014 and 5 over the dial in. Terry Ballman, Tom Artigas Jr. Truck on a 649. Chevy 2, 640. Artikis and Ballman, win light. Artikis 0-11, 3 over the dial in. Ballman 4 over, 37 light. Blaine Anderson and Clint Bailey on the line, 625 to a 604. The red light there for Clint Bailey by 10. Blaine Anderson going to be the winner, running 602 on a 604. He was negative 006 for the win. David Lanning and Keith Grubaugh. Keith dialed in at 657. David Struck 655. Red light by 008 for Keith. Lanning with a negative 010 for the win. And runs a 57 on a 55. Cody Height and Jeff Alexander. Jeff in right-hand lane. His Monza down 602. Cody has had a very good World Super Pro Challenge here in 2025. He won the event Friday night. Semifinal opening night. Last night was deep in eliminations on the ladder. He's down 637 here in round one. Identical reaction times here. Finish line, win light going. Jeff, 1 thou under with a 13 light. Cody is 5 thou under with a 13 light. 0-0-4 margin of victory. James Vanderbrook, Andy Christopherson next. Chevy 2 dialed 611. The Chevelle and right-hand lane going to be on a 606 dial in. Win light here going right lane, Vanderbrook. 007 and 4 over for the win. Andy is 018 and 5 over. Jeff Jaquish and Terry Stewart. Terry in left-hand lane, the Texas car dialed in at 553. The wheel standing Chevy out of Wisconsin in right-hand lane dialed in at 594. Somebody asked Jeff yesterday, well, what's it like in there doing a huge wheel stand? What do you see? He said, I don't see anything. I see the sky. Right lane, a win. Trip, zip, perfect light here in opening round for Jaquish. Stewart was 30 green. Steve Parkett and Skylar Drews coming up next. Oldsmobile KLA, 589. Steve Parkett in right-hand lane, that Buick Regal out of Palmyra, Michigan, down 659. 2,000 separate this pair on React, and it'll be Skylar Drews with a win. 589 on a 589 with a 15 light. That's not too bad here in a blind round number 1. Parquette, right-hand lane. He laid a decent run down. 013 dead on with a 9. And that's 003 behind. Austin Bennett, Mike Kozlik matchup. Nova on a 644. The S10 on a 627. Finish line winner going right lane, Mike Kozlik, 016 and 2 over. Austin left lane, 025 and 6 out under. S10 right lane down into the 708. Jason Hemmerline left lane, Dale 507. Well, Jason in control on this one. Wind light coming out for Jason, 511 on 507 with a 27 light. Truck just missed it a little bit right there. Dan D2 Daimling out of Cincinnati with the IROC Camaro. Actually, Jerry Hoskar with a 569 dial in. And Keith Helsel right hand lane, his Nova, dialed in at 588. Win light here going to Keith. 019 reaction time. A couple of the dial in. Keith Helsel will be in round 2. Dan is 036 and then 3 over. Joe Bauman and Tim Stout. Stout right hand lane down 671 with the truck. Joe's Camaro left hand lane down 606. Chevy Camaro earlier here this year at the Motorplex had a 25 round winning streak, which is pretty impressive. He beat 25 racers in a row with that car. Runs dead on and loses here. Tim Stout's 018 dead on in the right lane. Joe is 035 in dead on. The runner up on that pair. Ken Hansen and Aiden Farrell next. Aiden and Ray lane down 598 with the S10. Ken Hansen, the Impala, dialed in at 847. Want to throw out a birthday wish to Ted Barnes, spending his birthday here, the Canadian Datsun racer out of Canada. Happy birthday, Ted. So Ken and Aiden on the starting line here. Aiden's ready. Now Ken's in. Here we go. Well, Aiden's holding the advantage here as they head to the finish line. Win light going. Ken. Aiden went down there, took 500 stripe to break out 14,000. Took 50 stripe, needed to be 36 or less. Of course, Ken with a slower vehicle, easier said than done. Ken gets the win on a breakout by Aiden. Kyle Stockwell, the Malibu wagon, 609. Ricky Adkins, the Mini in the left-hand lane, went all the way to the final of the $50,000 main event yesterday. Down 481, he picked up the runner-up. Will 1 thou separate them. Finish line, win line going left-hand lane. 0-11 and 3 over. Beats an 0-12 and 5 over. Kyle was I thought he was going to hit the cone down there. From here to there, he drove it right at the cone, and he was pretty darn close to it when he went by it at the finish line. Stacy Bueller and Evan Muchler on the line. Chevy 2 S10 matchup, 629 to a 617. Good race here, 11 and a 16. Win light going, left lane. 0-11, 100th over, beats an 0-16 and 3 over. Will Steckley and Greg McCurry, Camaro against the Charger, 572 to a 611. Both drivers in. Big wheels up launch again for the Camaro. Will Steckley chasing, getting the win, running dead to 0. Wow, look at that one. Both drivers dead on with a 0. Steckley's 16, McCurry's 29. Aaron Vale and Corey Mikas next. Corey will be on a 583 with a Nova. Trans Am for Arundel, 619. Aaron Vale and Corey Mike is locked into a good one here. Aaron, 007, 1 over. Corey, 007, 2 over. 4 thou margin of victory for Aaron Vale. Attention to pitch. Door cars, your last color, purple. Purple run sticker door cars to the lanes. That means all 3 colors have now been called. Red, white, and purple. Danny Angel and Jason Hicks. Oldsmobile dialed 690, the Mustang on a 621. Win light here going Danny Angel, 020 and a couple hundredths over his dial in. Jason Hicks got to the finish line first, broke out 1 thou. Took 10 stripe, need to be 009. Vance Brown, Warren Smith next. Brown Boys Racing dialed 559. Warren of the Mustang 612. Win light here going for Vance. He's dead on. 022 dead 6. Warren's 011, couple over. Vance Brown will be in round 2. Chris Fleener and Amelia Reed. Amelia in left lane, the Camaro down 619. Chris right lane, his Camaro 581. Red light for Amelia Reed. Chris Fleener with the win. He runs a 1 over. Amelia a little bit under and a little bit early. Jason Mikula, Alyssa Martin, Alyssa 6'10" in the left. Ray Hanlane, Jason 593. So all colors have been called on the door car side now. All colors for your first entry, red, white, and purple, have all been called to the stadium lanes. Win light here going to Alyssa, dead on the dial, and she's 039 and dead on. Jason's 063 and dead on. Tom Bray and Rick Laputri bring their Camaros up the starting line. 604 and 699 the dial ends. So final call for door cars. Looks like they are getting low out there. Final call for door cars for your first entry. It's Tom Bray and Rick Laputri. Head to the finish line. It'll be Rick Laputri getting the win light down there. 022 and 100th over the dial end. Tom Bray, right hand lane, 067, dead on. Runner up on that pair. Jeff Burtis and Michaela Hemmerline, 624 to a 579. Michaela and Jeff, pretty good race here. Winner Michaela, 004 and 1 over for the win. Jeff is 21 and 1 over, about 100th behind at the finish line. Will Crawford going to race Connor Jensen. Connor left hand lane will be a 602. Will right hand lane is Roadster down 518. Connor Jensen and Will Crawford. Finish line winner going Crawford, 007. 100th over. Jensen's 013 and a couple over the dial in. Will, that 007 light, he will advance. Thomas Whitaker, Kurt Harrington. Kurt left lane, 609. Thomas and the Camaros, 532. Kind of getting down toward the end of the line here with our door cars. Dragsters, get them ready. If you're a double enter dragster, get them ready. You're going to be called here real shortly. Harrington and Whitaker. Win light going. Whitaker, 015, 1 over, taking 3 thou stripe. Kurt Harrington, left hand lane, 021 and 1 over the dial in. Andrew Taylor and Shanna Stone right hand lane. Shanna down 6:03. Andrew 6:46. Red light left lane. Shanna with a win. 0:27 green light. And a 1 over 6:04. John Erskine, 69 Camaro. Shelby Nelkin in the Mustang, 616 to a 628 dial in. Win light here in the left-hand lane for John Erskine. John is he'll benefit from Shelby's car not being able to make a run there. Bob Rossello in right-hand lane. The Camaro dialed in at 558. Billy Swain's attitude adjustment, 557 for the wheel standing Cavalier. Billy way up in the air there. Wops the throttle and runs 3 over. 006 reaction time 3 over. Bob's 031 and 4 over. Mike Stokes can race Doug Foley Jr. S10 dialed 590. Mike's Challenger 544 dial in. Doug Foley and Mike Stokes. Finish line winner going Stokes. Foley was 14. Stokes was 28. Foley took 22 at the stripe to break out 7th thou. Mike is dead on with the 1 with the Challenger, 028. Nolan Blanchard and Aaron McCullough get a run. Aaron right lane down in a 651. Nolan will be on a 627 dial in with the Monte Carlo. Attention pits, double enter dragsters, second entry, lanes 3 and 4. Double enter dragsters, second entry, lanes 3 and 4. Right lane, Aaron McCullough, 014 dead 0. 14 total for Aaron. Nolan let go before the tree came on there. Jeff Wissinghausen and Michelle Taylor. Michelle's going to dial 543. Jeff will be on a 650 dial in. Double enter dragsters, we need you to 3 and 4 with your second entry. Double enter dragsters, lanes 3 and 4 with your second entry, please. Double enter dragsters, it's your time to shine. We need you in the lanes. Double O's for both these drivers. Well, Michelle bailed out, but didn't get there. Left-hand lane. 006, 4 over for the win. Michelle and Ray Lane, 002, 5 over. Giving it back, 007 at the stripe. Donnie Hagar and Steve Tennant. Ford Mustang right lane, 614. Hagar left lane, 634 with a Vega. Double enter dragsters. We need you. We need you back. Racers, a reminder, don't bring up your second entry until we call you up for your second entry. That's why we separate them. Donnie Hagar, Steve Tennant. Win light here going right lane, Steve Tennant. How about that? Donnie was 004 and took 33 stripe down there to break out by 4th thou. Tennant's 22 on react, 100th over. He'll get the win light. Eddie Hall going to race Kelly Smith. Kelly left-hand lane, the S10 down 633. Eddie right-hand lane to Cullis down 606. Double enter dragsters, final call. Double enter dragsters is your final call with your second entry to the lanes. Red light by 002 for Eddie Hall. Kelly Smith with the win. He runs 2 over, 635 on a 633. Ted Dunham burning across the starting line with his Pontiac out of Canada. Left-hand lane, 571. Racing Mark Daniels, 586 with the Camaro right lane. Win light here, going to go left-hand lane for Ted Dunham by 2 thou. 030 and 1 over the dial-in. Daniels 027, 1 over the dial-in. Get down to the little numbers down there. It's 002 at the finish line. Kyle Yacko racing Frank Piltz. Nova on a 6 flat. Daytona 615. This one will go left-hand lane for Kyle Yacko. Kyle's 1 over. Frank is 9 over. Frank had about a 600ths advantage on React, an 011 to an 074. But somehow Kyle got his win light to come on down there. Scott Erickson racing Neil Swain, 571 to a 554. Couple no boxers running here, and this one is Erickson, 003 and 2 over the dial-in. Neil just missed it. Look at Jeff Serra. Oh. The Overkill boys are mad at their tires this morning. Serra just made about a 297-foot burnout in the truck. Well, that's why it was Gary. It wasn't Jeff. It was Gary in the truck. My bad. That explains the mad at the tires. 574 in the left. TJ Jordan right-hand lane, 626. TJ Jordan, Gary Williams here. Winner going right lane. TJ Jordan, 0-10, 1 over. Gary was 0-24, dumping hard to be 2 over the dial in. Pete Brown, Andy Wingo next. Andy 541, Pete's on a 525. Both out on green lights here. Pete holds the advantage. Winner Pete, 531 on a 525. Pete had an 011 reaction time. Andy was 3 over with an 054. Ryan Pachaki and Eric Squires, 624 and 6 flat. $5,000 to win Sunday here, final day. The Ultratech World Super Pro Challenge. Red light by 009 for the Maverick and Pachaki. Eric with a win. 22 green and 1 over. Looks like we're rolling into the dragster side as our final door car matches up with our first dragster here. Matt Gramlich will be in the left-hand lane. He's down 479. Andrew Heining right lane. The Vega dialed in at a 602. Andrew and Matt, finish line winner going Andrew 006, 3 over the dial in. Matt's 032 and 2 over the dial in. Looks like Jason Preston coming on the seating lanes next. He'll be over there in the FTI performance lane. Down 478, Mike Newman, right lane. Ontario Dragster 479. Final call for the dragster doubles. This actually might be the double final call, I think. In first call, door car doubles. We'll take you in lane 7 and 8. Door car doubles, all 3 colors. Lane 7 and 8, please. Trey Goodson with a win there. 0:20 and 3 over. Troy Stone got there first. Broke out by 2,000 of a second. Jordan Crow and Justin Harrington next. Justin dialed in at 498. Jordan at 465. We've called door card doubles back to lane 7 and 8. Door card doubles. Your second entry back to lane 7 and 8, please. Finish line, win light going left lane, dead on. Justin, 0:22, dead on with a 4. Jordan, 0:26, dead on with a 4. Play race 004 for Harrington. Art Reed going to race John Parks. Art in right-hand lane, Kokomo, Indiana. 492, John Cadillac. The Ultratech Dragster backing up in the left-hand lane. Down at 437. Good to see the Parks family up here by the starting line. You know, maybe some of the best news here on Sunday for the racers is Tyler Bohannon didn't get in line this morning. He left a little bit of on the table for somebody here on Sunday. Looks like he's going to skip this event. Pretty much dominated for 3 days. Parks and Reed here. Finish line winner going. Reed. 0:17 and dead on his dial-in. 492 on a 492. John was 0:24 hundredth over the dial-in. So Art by 9 thousandths at the finish line gets the win light to come on. Derek Gilman and Trevor Deeks. Trevor right-hand lane, 453. Derek on a 442. Derek and Trevor. Derek 006, couple over. Trevor 018, 1 over, 003 at the stripe. Steve Williams and Kirby McLennan next, 494 to 423. Windline right-hand lane. McLennan, 003, dead 7. That's just Kirby McLennan stuff there. Williams, 027 and dead on. Not good enough that time. Justin Daniels and Tyler McCurry next. Tyler right-hand lane, Shelby Township, Michigan, 482. And Justin left-hand lane, 487. Win line here going left-hand lane for Justin. He's 030 dead 2. Tyler's 100th over and missed it that time. Evan Davis going to race Jason Jensen. Jason 452, Evan 496. Anybody's race here. Finish line winner. Left lane got it. Jason Jensen 030 and 1 over. Evan 025, 1 over. Evan's been on the wrong end of some very close races. 001 finish line here. Chase McKay, Bailey Ferraro. 480 to a 439. Dom Santarelli, right-hand lane, Quebec, Cardell 443. Brittany Ulmer jumping in Ryan's Dragster here, down 436. Red light for Brittany, 001 for Dominic. Dominic on a 43 runs dead on an 8. 001 dead 8 for the Quebec car. Brittany's 6 red and a couple hundreds under. Troy Williams Jr. going to race Scott Hornline, 461 to a 485. Williams, the FTI dragster out of Bradenton, Florida, down 461. Hornline from Freeland, Michigan. 485 dial in with his dragster. Two thou separate them here. Left lane. 012 dead 5. Hornline 014 and 9 thou under his dial in. Williams with a win line. Russ Sparks going to race Corey Conley. 2 New York dragsters here. 480 for Corey. Russ on a 448 in the left lane. Corey and Russ Winner going Russ. 025 dead on. Corey's 013 and 7th out under, taking 22 stripe. Needed to be 15 or less. Sparks with a win. Don Vincelli and Dan Davies. Well, that's not Dan Davies. That's the Gold Star Dragster handling. Devin Payton dialed in 476. Vincelli on a 453. Winlight here going right hand lane for the Peyton Dragster 014 dead on with a 2. Vincelli's 016 and 6th out under. Travis Martin left hand lane 709 and Ryan Sparks will be in the right lane down 475. Winlight here going for Sparks, 000 perfect, and one over the dial in. He will advance. Jim Davis and Brett Williamson. 57 Chevy on a 582, the Camaro on a 509. Winlight here going for the right hand lane. Double breakout. Brett got there first. He's 000 perfect. 11th out under. Davis is 011 and 7th out under. 004. Margin of victory. Tyler Clark and Tom Bueller. Tom dialed 624. Tyler 567. Winlight here going for Tom Mueller in the left-hand lane. Tyler got there first, went 4th out under the dial in. Mueller is dead on with a 2, and then an 021 for the win. Joe Bauman and Brett McKay, 594 and 606 for their Camaros. Forget to grab one of those event T-shirts or need fuel. Fuel building's open. Also, the concession stand, they're over there dipping ice cream. Get yourself some hand-dipped ice cream. Or cheeseburgers, some mozzarella sticks. Joe Bauman, 011, dead on with a 4 in the FTI side. Brett was 21 and locked out at that point. Broke out, taking the stripe down there. Bauman with a win. Jeff Sanchez racing Dustin Loins. 583 to a 621. Rolling through our final group here in round one. Our double entered door cars out there with their second entry. Red light for Loins by 14. Jeff Sanchez, winner, running dead on the dial-in. 023, dead 1. Skylar Drews and Greg McCurry on the line. 610 in the right lane. 589 for the Oldsmobile Calais out of DeWitt for Skylar. Double breakout race there. McCurry's 024 and a thou under for the win. Skylar's 034 and went 13 thou under there in the left-hand lane. So McCurry advances with a Camaro. Tim Stout and Keith Grubaugh next. Chevelle down 660, the S10 on a 670. Something going wrong there for Keith. That thing got wild on him out there. Well, now they're wiping up. Maybe a fuel cap off or something. I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever seen the Chevelle even wiggle, and it wanted to head north, and it was in the south lane. Crawling down the left lane. Tim Stout the win. He's 011 and shut it off down there, but something up there for Keith Grubaugh. Not sure what. Wes May and Craig Skinner are going to run next. Craig and Ray in lane, the Trans Am 659. Wes with the Regal 654. Judson Kaysen, you need to pay attention to the pastor, bud. He's sitting in church watching the live feed. I love it. Oh, God. Wes May and Craig Skinner, 59 to a 54 here. Wes wheels way up, 19 green and a win light, 55 and a 54. Craig was dead 1, but missed it there just a little bit. Steve Parquette and Bob Payton. Bob with a Chevy 2. See, Bob had intended on racing his dragster this weekend and broke that way back on Thursday. 617 for the Nova, and the Regal of Steve dialed 659. Win here for Bob. 1 over the dial in, 037, 1 over. So Brandon Lang, left-hand lane. Bonnie Carlin at 590. Chantel Lorenz, 619 to the right. Final call for our double enter door cars. I believe they're already all up here, but if we've got a straggler, you need to get to the lanes. Double enter door cars, second entry, you need to be in the cedar lanes. As we wind down round number 1. Identical reaction times here. Finish line, win line going. Left lane, Brandon Lang. 027, dead on with a 1. Beats an 027, 200s under. Kyle Kidder and BJ Bennett. BJ dealt 647 in the Nova in the left lane. The Nova for Kyle Kidder in the right-hand lane dealt 665. Winley here in the left-hand lane, double breakout winner. BJ was 000 perfect and went 12th thou under. Kidder was 19 green and went 17th thou under his dial in. 005 margin of victory on that one. Jeremy Bargo going to race Eric Anderson. Eric's Camaro 604. Jeremy's wheel stand in Kentucky truck 615 dial in. Good race here. A 10 and a 12 are the lights. Finish line, Eric. He's 012, dead on with a 4. Jeremy 010, breaking out 19 thou, took 25. That needed to be 6 or less, actually. Craig Eberhardt and Dave Lorenz next. Dave left lane, 552. Craig right lane, 548. 'Winley here going for Craig. He's dead on. 026, dead on with a 5. Beats an 039, dead on with a 9. Eberhardt with a win light. Shanna Stone and Steve Height. Stephen left tail lane to Monte Carlo down 585. The truck for Shanna dialed in at 606. Fourth aisle separate him here. Steve and Shanna. Win light, Steve. 029, dead 5. Beats an 025 hundredth over. Margin of victory at the finish line. 001 for the money. Jason Jenkins Mustang and Ray Lang at L714 and Dave Lanning's truck on a 658. Red light for the Mustang. Truck going to be the winner, 19 green. '24 is in right-hand lane, yes 10, 715. Ricky Adkins Mini left lane, 484. Final call for our round number 1. The final call for round 1. No box. You're on a standby call. You're on a standby call for the round of 16. You're going to be called here shortly. Atkins going to get a win here. Red light for the truck. Atkins lays down 10 total right there. 003, dead 7. Let's get no box. You're on a standby call. Going to call round 2 here very shortly. Chris Kozlik, Ian Jeff Burtis. Malibu up against the SN. 608, 579. Their dial ends. Jeff's in and Sage up, waiting on Chris in the truck. Now he's in. Here we go. Tree on the way down. Green light's a pair, a 002 and an 018. Finish line winner, truck. Wow. Kozlik laying down 4 total right there. 2 on the tree, dead on with a 2 at the end. Burtis is 18, just kind of making a little time run there. 7th thou under, couldn't win that one. James Vanderbrook and Andrew Taylor. 643 to a 607. Andrew with the red light, but 003. James was 004 green, and then runs 100 over the island. Vanderbrook gets a ticket to round number 2 there. Chris Fleener on the line. Right-hand lane is Camaro out of Ohio, Del 582. Cody Height. Malibu left lane, Del 636. Be a good matchup here. Cody Height, Chris Fleener. 3 down, green lights a pair, an 11 and a 13. Anybody's race. Win line, give it to Cody. Double breakout winner. 4th thou under in the left, 10th thou under in the right. Margin of victory 006 for Cody Height. Kurt Harrington, Kenny Underwood. Heading up the study line here. Underwood, Fortville, Indiana Camaro, 598 dial in. Kurt Harrington, Middletown, Indiana. 611. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, no box. No box. The round of 16 to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. No box. The round of 16 to the rear of the lanes for pairings, please. Underwood and Harrington. Put them side by side. Win line here going. Harrington. 009, dead 0. Kenny's 012 and 13 thou under. I think I'm going to hand the microphone over to Mr. Warren Evans.
All right, Jeff's got business to attend to out there in the staging lane, so I'll pick it up for a few minutes here. It's Connor Jensen and Stacy Bueller rolling up now. 604 and 619 the dial ends. Head start goes to the right side for Stacy in that Chevy 2. Again, no box 16 at this point. We need you to the staging lanes for pairings. Top end of the track. Stacy Bueller goes 619.0 at 110, takes the L. She was 50 on the tree. Jensen was 10 on the tree. Had room to work 606 on the 604. Gets the job done for Connor Jensen. Rick Lapoutre and Mike Stokes coming up now. I kind of feel like I've seen this matchup already. Red light start for Rick. Mike Stokes gets the automatic win, 43 on the 44. That's okay. Free shot at it. Rick Lepoutre, 006 red, 607 at the top end at 112 for the Camaro. Hard out of the water box there. That's Aaron Vale over here on the right-hand side of the track. And Doug Foley Jr. hates rear slicks. No doubt about it. There's about an 8-pound pile of rubber back here in the water box after that burnout. Doug Foley Jr. backing up right now. Out of Mooresville, North Carolina. But he probably hasn't seen Mooresville for 3 months or so as he's been out on the road as part of the Traveling Road Show in his new role. He's trying to go 519, trying to go 590. Aaron Vale, 619. Over here on the right-hand side, head start for the Trans Am out of Fortville, Indiana. Vale is in, Foley follows. Green and green as we head down track. Vale with the advantage, Vale with the win light. 1 over 620 on the 619, gets the job done. 107 for the speed. Foley was also 1 over 591 on the 590 at 107. But reaction time goes the way of Aaron Vale, as does the win light. Sean Carver and Michelle Taylor. And it looks like Michelle with a little bit of fluid leak back here. We're going to hold Michelle back here behind the water box. It's going to be a single for Sean Carver. Carver gets a free look at that 610 up there on the scoreboard. Sean, undeterred, goes 002 on the tree, then 604 was holding a bunch there. How about 604 on a 610? Had 6 in the back pocket, 112 for the speed. Michelle, a no-show here with her second entry in round number 1. Ken Hansen, Pete Brown coming up. Door slammers left and right. The Brown boys racing entry over here on the right-hand side, the Monty, out of Eaton Rapids, Michigan. Trying to go 528. Alongside Ken Hansen. Gets a 3-second plus head start over there on the left side. The ragtop Impala over there. 847 on the window. Brown will have to sit and wait a long time. Hansen is off. Here comes Brown. Brown gets the job done on the starting line and at the top end as well. Pete Brown for the win, 1 over 529 at 130, gets the job done by 6 thousandths of a second. Ken Hansen, dead 5 down there at the top end, 847.5, but was behind on the reaction timer by 18 thousandths of a second. Kyle Stockwell and Aiden Farrell roll back around. Stockwell out of Kalamazoo, the Malibu. 612 there on the glass, and there's plenty of it there in the long roof machine. Right side, the little S10 of Aiden Farrell, also out of Kalamazoo. I'm guessing these two might know each other. 596 right side for the young racer out of Kalamazoo over here, Mr. Aiden Farrell. Red light start. Left side for Stockwell. Turns it red by 006. Aiden Farrell for the win, 598 at 114 to get the W. Stockwell turns it red and then off the throttle 627 at 92. Aaron McCullough, the Tiffin, Ohio racer, alongside Steve Tennant. The Little Red Mustang over here on the right from Muskegon. 651 for the Chevrolet, 614 for the Ford over here on the right. We're staged and gone. 1 thou. Separation at the starting line. Wind light, left side. McCullough, 654 on the 51 dial. 3 over at 102. He was 12 on the tree. Steve Tennant was 13. They were 1 thou apart at the starting line. Tennant 4 off, 618 on the 614 at 110. Margin of victory, 7 thousandths of a second at the finish line. Jimmy Johnson and TJ Jordan coming up next. How about that Belvedere left side out of Lansing, trying to go 593. He'll be chasing down TJ Jordan's Mustang over here right side, the Bellevue, Ohio machine. 626 is the prediction over here on the right. Big time wheels up there for Jordan. Again, this one separated by 1 thou at the start. How about dead on 3 at the top end for TJ? 014 dead 3 at 106. Jim Johnson's window was very, very small. 4 thou, couldn't get inside at 594 on the 593 at 114. And Johnson would have to buy back to make it to round number 2. Josh Cole gets a free shot at it. Here's your buy run in round number 1. Cole's little S10. Left the 624 on there from his first entry. How about 623 at the finish line at 110 miles an hour? So round 1 is in the books. Little broom, a little drag as Mike Ledford and the entire starting line crew out there getting everything groomed and ready to go for round number 2. We'll also bring you round 2 of the No Box 32. 16 cars left in that category. Scott Kiefer returns to join us here in the tower, and he is getting set to tell you all about round number 2 coming up.
Thank you, Warren. Second round action here for the $5,000 cleanup race. We're going to start things off with no box. We're down to 16 cars here for the second round. Our normal routine for starting line maintenance, and we'll be back at it here in just a few moments. Round number 2, no box. Going to lead things off. And while it's quiet, let's put the first call out for round number 2 of Dragsters. Dragsters. All colors. Round number 2, Dragsters for your first entry to lane 7 and 8, please. Dragsters, lane 7 and 8, first entry, round number 2. Potential buy run. Attention to the pits. A potential buy run for round 2. Jason Jensen. Jason Jensen, you are the potential buy run for round 2. JX5X. 5J, rather. JX5J. Jason Jensen, that car number will be the potential buy run for the second round. All right, the tractor back underneath the tower, and round number 2 of no box has been instructed to fire up and make their way to the water box. And I believe Evan Muchler and Tom Artakis Jr. are going to lead us off here, which should be a good matchup between a couple of pickup trucks. All right, Evan Muchler, 18-year-old from Grass Lake, Michigan, junior dragster graduate. Taking turns here with his dad, Tracy. Tyler Bohannon, obviously the weekend he's had, absolutely incredible. But Tracy Muchler started off pretty hot in no box, but gave up the seat for Evan in a planned switcheroo between family racing team. The son now at the wheel, and he will dial 630. Tom Artakis Jr., the 97 Dakota, another father-son team there. Tommy does the driving, and he rolls to the starting line with the 97 Dakota. 650 and 630. They're ready. And away. Pretty even start. 022, 037. 100th and a half advantage Artakis, and he gets the win by 100th and a half. 651, 1/2, 202 mile per hour the speed. Evan 1 over with a 3 at 631 at 106. Next pair, Jason Mikula, Eagle Michigan-based Chevy 2, 594. And Alex Sheely and his Camaro will rematch, I believe, from the second round, either yesterday or the day before, when these two met up on the no-box side of things, and Alex scored a little bit of an upset there. Jason, being the veteran opportunistic racer that he is, probably hasn't forgotten about that. They're ready. And away. Oh, yeah, Jason this time is in control. In his face with 3/100ths of a second advantage. He's going to get the win by a hearty 6/100ths of a second to stripe as Sheely is 5 off. 596 for Mikula, 2 over. That's safe, 110. Alex goes 658 at 96. And Jason puts one back on him. They'll bring up Stan Jones Jr., the 69 Corvette. And Jeff Jaquish, Articat snowmobile, championship snowmobile rider. Mixing it up here with the no-box guys off the bottom bulb. Traditionally, for the last several years since we've contested this, is a kind of a separate category to roll the winner into the rest of eliminations. 573 to 595. Red light start here for Jeff. Fouls out by 19 thousandths. He'll go dead on, but it doesn't matter. Jones has got the win, 597, 115. He'll advance to round number 3 of no box with the Corvette. All right, next pair, Andrew Heinig, 603. He's in the Chevrolet Vega, and he is from Harrison, Michigan. And on the Motor State side, the Seabright Machining Chevrolet Camaro, 584 on the Motor State side. That is Rich Van Els. Couple of hundredths better start for Rich. And he's going to get the win, 584. He's dead 9, 108 the speed out of the throttle at the stripe. Heining 607. He may have been out of it as well. Not much speed there. There's maybe neither one of them running the finish line. Van Els crosses the stripe first and advances on to round number 3. Brett Williamson, 57 Chevy from Illinois, 581. Taking on, I believe I saw Keith climbing into the car earlier. The Helsel family 69 Nova. That would be Dad. Emma, the runner-up earlier in the weekend. 7:44 dial-in, Motor State side. Also bumps in carefully. He lights the bottom bulb. Brett's ready. Off and run. Oh, good God, that was green. Keith with a terrible start. Brett has got this one well in hand. 1100ths over the dial-in, and that's all he needed. 592, 103. 753 for Keith as he was way off on both ends of the racetrack. All right, good matchup here. Danny Angel, 621, getting set to face Donnie Hagar, 633 in the Green Vega on the Motor State side. Both drivers pre-stage, bumping them in carefully. They're set. Red light by a thou. Danny Angel fouls out. You got a big reputation like Donnie has. Guys tend to take shots at you, and Danny was 1 thou on the red side there and goes dead on. 621, hit 109. Donnie would have been tough. 013, 633 at 107. He tried to give it to me in the first round with a 30 light. I needed that time trial, though. Alyssa Martin. Alyssa Martin. Alyssa Martin in the S10, 610. Mark Daniels, 588. Good lights for both drivers, 005 and 019. Wow, good run, great run there for Daniels, actually 588. He's dead on 5 at 114 after a 005 light. Alyssa took 0007 at the stripe and was under by 9 thou. 609 at 113, and she was 19 at the tree. Breaking out, but a very, very good side-by-side run to the finish line. Jeff Wistinghausen. Some breakage and other attrition and fatigue is set in here by Sunday, and we were missing a couple of drivers. We had to pull a bye run, and Jeff gets the lucky dog. He dials 653. He is 17 thou under his green light, but it doesn't matter. He's advancing on to round number 3 in this case, and he is dead on 653, dead on 6, 97 mile per hour to get ready for the third round. That'll conclude this round of no box, and we roll back into Dragsters for their second round, first entries. Bob Kelly, Mike Newman, first pair. Newman, 479, the quicker of the two. Bob Kelly, Grand Rapids, Michigan, one of our local regular racers. He dials 508. .480, one over at 138 for Newman, gets the win by 23 thou. Kelly was one over at 509.3 at 134 and was 30 at the tree. One round of buybacks. as we get into like the first pair here after no box is completed, but 1 round of buybacks. So if you'd like to buy back with either of your entries, now. All right, Ernie Goodson fouls out by 0.005 of a second, runs 5.14 on a 10 dial in, misses it a bit there. Paul Wolf was 0.17. He runs 5.04, 3 thou under at 134 to move on to round number 3. Derek Gilman backing up from his burnout. He will dial a 444 right where he was last evening. And he will face the black and yellow dragster over here on the Motor State side of Rob and Kathy Lutsky. Rob out 483. Getting set to go with Mr. Gilman. .010 to .020, 100th apart. Gilman by 0.005 of a second covers him up at the finish line with a 4:44 run at 151 miles per hour. Rob was dead on also at 483, 142. Little better on the little numbers in ET, but Derek was better by a hun at the starting line. All right, so Derek's moving on. Dad Jeff comes up in the next pair, same side, FTI lane, 447 dial in for the 2025 Diamond chassis. And problems here for Jordan Crow as the dragster is apparently stopped. I think it's still running, looking at the wing vibrate. Oh, and he maybe has shut it off now. And the starting line crew is pushing him back. 465 dial in, Motor State side. Yeah, we've got an opponent broke single here. So Jeff Gilman will follow son Derek into round number 3 by virtue of an opponent broke single here. The Crow dragster having some problems. All right, so Jeff rolls in to find a pre-stage beam. See him down there taking a glance at the gauges, tightens up his gloves, and he'll roll in at full stage. .012 at the stripe. 446, 3 thou under, 156 mile per hour. We'll see Jeff in round number 3. Final call for dragsters. Final call, first entry, dragsters. All colors, final call, all dragsters to the staging lanes for round number 2, first entry. And John Parks and Art Reed come to the starting line, or back up from their burnouts, rather. All right, both drivers pre-stage, Reed and Parks, getting set to go at it here. Early on in round number 2, first entry dragsters. They're away, and a red light start for John Parks. Missed it by almost 200ths of a second. 439. He's dead on though at 157. Reed's dead on 2 for the win. An 010 reaction time. 12 total at 138. Moving on. Attention to pits. Red and purple door cars for round number 2 to the staging lanes. Red and purple door cars to the staging lanes for round number 2. First entries, please. First entries only. Red and purple to the staging lanes. Kirby McLennan and Justin Harrington go at it here. 003, 424, 1 over 9, 163. And a 21 thousandths margin of victory there. Harrington a couple over at 5 seconds flat, 134. Coming up on the Motor State side, Petoskey, Michigan's Mike Zednik, 491. Another driver that I'd consider to be one of our regulars here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex over the years. Auto parts store owner up in the northern Michigan area. Wow. Mike Ferraro will be the opposition here, FTI side, 478. .009 red light for Ferraro. Zednik was 031, a thou under the dial in. He goes 4909 at 140 for the win. Mike clicks it off early, or Mike Ferraro, that is, clicks it off early to a 573 run, coasting across the stripe at 87 miles per hour. Madison McCormick, young lady from Fountain, Michigan, another blown dragster. She is dialed 443. Scott Hornline, 484 on the Motor State side. Madison will be last to stage. She's in. Hornline's away. Maddie's away. 009 Hornline, 200ths better. And the win by 7 thou. 486, 2 over 138. Madison runs dead on, 443 with a 7, 155. It was 009 to 033. Hornline with a better reaction time gets the win. Ryan Sparks, 443. 436, I'm sorry. Motor State side. And Canadian Casey Kovacs will dial 486 on the FTI side of the racetrack with a multicolored car. They're set. .006 to 025. Again, a couple of hundredths better reaction time makes the difference. 486 dead on 8, 139 the speed. Sparks is dead on 436, 7. Actually a thou better on the little numbers, 156. Kovacs, though, with the better reaction time, cover the stripe by 18 ten thousandths of a second, and we'll move on to round number 3. All right, Jeremy McCormick comes up next. 433. Square off with Brittany Ulmer from American Race Cars. Oh, foul start for Brittany. Goes red by 4 thou. Jeremy dead on 433 with a 5, 160. And he was 019 green. Brittany after the red light start, cards a 475, 145. Troy Williams Jr. up next, 461 from the FTI lane. And Trevor Deeks from Ontario, 4:54. Less than a tenth of a second apart between the two black dragsters here. Working our way through first entry dragsters, round number 2, all colors. First 2 colors from 4-door cars have been called in the staging lanes for their second round. Oh, Trevor Deeks fouls out big time. 0.2 of a second red. And Troy goes 462 after a 007 reaction time, 149. Deeks after the red light shuts it off early, 582, coasts across at 85 miles per hour. Justin Daniels up next. Indiana-based orange and blue dragster rolls to the starting line of the 486 on the board, and Chris Conley from Shirley, New York with a 480 dial in. Stage and ready. And away. Conley with the better lead. Daniels a little late on the starting line. Cost him there 484. Ripping the throttle at 136 mile per hour. 4 over for the win. About a hundredth of a second at the stripe as Daniels goes 487, 1 over 139. Conley moves on. Will Crawford and Russ Sparks up next. Russell down 449, Motor State side. And Crawford, Westland, Michigan-based racer, 482 dial in. Both guys taking their time staging. Crawford, the last one in. He's set. 019, 026. Crawford had a better light, but Russ Sparks has got the win. 449 dead on 3 after a 26 green. 100th of a second at the finish line. Will 2 over 484.0 at 141 after a 19 light. Dominic Ciancarelli, Quebec racer, 443 dial in. Nick Lakeys, 478. Foul start by Dominic by 3 thou. He goes red. Nick Lakeys, 012, 479 for the win, 143. Dominic 444, 1 over at 156. Next pair, Jared Ledford, 449 FTI side. 22 national champion, and Chase McKay, Gibraltar, Michigan. Brand new for 2025, American Race Cars Chassis Dragster, 440 Motor State Lane. Jared a couple hundredths better in reaction time. 4:40.153 as Jared gets down there first by almost 400ths of a second and breaks out by 7 thou. 4:40 at 153, dead on, and a 32 light. Jared was 200ths better with an 012. Breaking out with a little room to kill at the finish line. Jeff Serra and Devin Payton up next. All right, Devin's ready. Sarah bumping in. He's set. Tree fires, and Sarah's got the better light by 16 thousandths. 18 thousandths margin victory at the stripe as Sarah goes 472. He's dead on 5, 139 at the stripe. 476, dead on 7, 140 for Devin Payton. All right, Jason Jensen, 452. And Don Vincelli heads up. Montreal, Canada-based racer here. Alongside of Jensen, one of our Michiganders. Don goes red with a 015. Under the green light, 453, one over at 152 for Jensen. He was 17 green. Vincelli, after the foul start, goes one over at 453 at 151. Door cars back up again now as John Boss, 635. 68 Camaro from Kent City, Michigan. Gets set to face Eric Squires, 630 on the Motor State side. Out of smoke out of Squire's car. It sounded like he left on the converter. Or maybe Boss did. 635, though. He's dead on 9, 107 mile per hour in a good race. John Boss was 004, takes a stripe by, a hundredth and a half. 630, dead on 6 for Squires. He was 022, and pretty good race. Boss gets the win, and we'll move on. Tom Bueller, 67 Camaro from Fort Wayne, Indiana, facing off with a 66 Chevy 2 of Jeff Sanchez. 200ths difference in their dial, 624 to a 22. Away they go. Nice lead for both guys. 2 thou apart there. And Sanchez by about a hundredth and a half. 17 10 thousandths margin victory. 622, dead on 8, 108. Bueller was right there. He goes to 626 at 105. There's Andrew Christofferson back up in the Peyton 63 Nova. He will dial 614. He will race from the FTI lane. Sam Manuel, 702 for the 74 Nova. Red light start for Sam. 11th thou under the green light. Christofferson is 008, and he runs 612, a little under for the win, 111 miles per hour. We'll see him back in round number 3. And a 703 for Manuel. 96 mile per hour after the red light. Travis Bardlin, 707 for the S10 truck. And Craig Skinner's black Trans Am, 659. Bardlin falls out by 007. He's going to be sick when he sees the ET slip. Is looking down. I can see Skinner. Left look like a little bit late, and it shows up in his reaction time. 661 though is going to get the win, 103, and we'll see him back in round number 3. Travis, after the red light, legs it through to a 710, 3 over at 96 mile per hour for the truck. Another Northern Michigan racer, Clint Bailey, Clare, Michigan, 69 Dodge, and Tom Bray from Mears, Michigan, his 90 Camaro. 699 will leave first. Red light start for Bailey as he fouls out by 25 thousandths. Bray runs a 701, 97 miles per hour to move on. He was 35 green. Clint, after the red light, cards a 715, lifting early, coasts across, 72 mile per hour. Kelly Smith. Kelly up now with a 636 dial in, FTI side. Runner-up last evening in no box. And Tyler Clark from Traverse City, Michigan in the Chevrolet Luminous 565 dial in. Clark 011, a couple of hun better. Clark scores an upset here. Takes down Kelly Smith, 011 green. Kelly was 034, and Tyler runs dead on to get the win. 565.7, 123 the speed, 18 10,000ths margin, 18,000ths margin of victory, almost 200. And Kelly 636, dead 2, wasn't enough. The Clark gang, you got to be excited about that. Tyler takes down one of the big hitters. Justin Daniels rolls up, or rather that's Joe Bowman. Chesaning, Michigan Auto Parts entrepreneur. Heads up here with Andrew Heinings Vega, 606 on both sides. Nearly identical reaction times, 3 thou apart. Wow, Heining, again, got to call that a little bit of an upset too. A 607, 1 over for Andrew at 108 miles per hour, takes an 8,000 stripe. The Red Vega moving on to round number 3. Joe 607, 1 over 6 at 112. Out of here in round number 2. Steve Height. That's Cody's dad. He will dial 585, FTI side. Facing off with Kentucky's Jeremy Vargo, 602 dial in for the Mustang on the Motor State side. They're set. Pretty even start. Both guys in the 30s. Little ripping at the finish line there. Bargo's win light comes on by 0.02 of a second. 6:027, dead on. 111 the speed. He had a reasonable reaction time to go along with it. In the 585, Steve was dead on. Gave up 6 thou back here. Was 2 thou behind at the finish line. Win light for Jeremy Bargo. Chattanooga, Tennessee's Jake Clayton, the red Mustang, comes up with a 621 dial in. He will face off with, I believe that's Mike Kane, 606 dial in with the Challenger. Evan Mutchler getting the win with his second entry, 6:31 at 105 there as Jared Bennett runs a 6:39, one over at 102. Evan 005 at the tree, 200's better at the start. Jason Jenkins, 7:14, comes up in the Mustang, and he will face off with Keith Helsel in his normal race car. We've seen him earlier in No Box with the 69 Nova. This is a 67 machine, dialed 509. He's on the Motor State side. I don't think Keith should have a 509 dial in. Oh, LB3A. Keith takes off on the second bulb, and I think he had some numbers crossed up there. 720. Justin Jenkins getting the getting the win at 93 miles per hour. Helsel lifts early. 697 at 70 miles per hour in the loss. Jason Hemmerline, 508. And he will face off against another Northern Michigan racer. Kyle Kidder in the Nova, 663 on the Motor State side. .016, .021, they're 5 thou apart. Kidder had the advantage, he's going to get the win. 664, 101 miles per hour. One over for the win. About 0.03 of a second margin of victory as Jason runs 5:13 over the 08 dial in at 129. Couple of Gen 2 F bodies matched up here. The 79 Camaro, Aiden Lutsky. Dustin Loins, C-Tech Performance Goonco Firebird, 583. Quicker of the two. Aiden, let's go a little late. Dustin's got the better start by 0.05 of a second. And he'll be the winner. 588, he's 5 over the dial in, 105 the speed. Aiden misses it on both ends as he was a little late in reaction time and runs 661, 800, so over the number. 98 the speed. Dustin moving on to round number 3. Joe Samlick, Beaverton, Michigan, 566 dial in for the red and black Carmen Gia. Jeff Alexander over here on the Motor State side, dial to 602. Oh, perfect reaction time for Joe Samlick. 000. Oh, win light to Alexander, 604, 2 off at 115. And kind of a strange race there. Samlick is 900s over the dial in, 575, 114. And Jeff sneaks around him by 16 10,000ths. All right, as they clear the racetrack, Doug Foley Jr. comes up with a 591 dial in to face Kenny Underwood's Camaro, 598. Wheels in the air launches both drivers. Foley 010, Underwood 008. 5,000ths margin of victory there. That was a little more textbook. Good race between Foley Jr. and Kenny Underwood, 591 to 599 by 0.05 of a second. And Kenny Underwood there may have given up the stripe and lost the race by just 5 thou. Dan Eide and Vance Brown matched up. Dan with the Chevy 2, 606. Vance Brown's Monte Carlo, 559. Oh, 11, Vance Brown got the better light. 560, Vance Brown's got the win. 560, 123 the speed. 5,000ths margin of victory again in that pair. Vance a little better on both ends of the racetrack. Heidi actually had the better ET as far as the numbers are concerned on the scoreboard. 6:06.9 was dead on, 112. Vance moves on. Dad Pete comes up in the next pair. Eaton Rapids, Michigan. 49-year-old race car electrician. He dials 528. And Chris Kozlik, race car hustler. He dials 608, FTI side. All right, Pete with a better start, just like his son Vance at the stripe. Both the Brown Boys Racing Team entries moving on. 528, dead on 7, 130 the speed. Kozlik, 610 on the 08 dial-in. Was 54 and behind. Eric Anderson. Bob Russello, LaSalle, Michigan, 67-year-old factory worker in his Camaro. 562 dial in for Bob. Eric with a 604 with the Wisconsin-based Camaro, pair of Gen 1s. All red light start. Anderson fouls by 2 thou. Russello was minus 004 on his green light. And we'll go 563 for the win. 123 the speed. Anderson after the foul goes 604, dead on 113. All right, 2 mid-80s G-bodies coming up next. Eddie Hall, the 86 Cutlass. Wes May, the 84 Buick Regal. 605, 654. Wes May, big winner here in the past. His dad, Gary May, actually won it a dozen or so years ago. And Eddie Hall, he's been in the winner's circle a few times. He was one of the rock stars back in the 80s. Off and running, 008, 022. Good lights for both guys. 655, 1 over at 99 miles per hour. May by only 14 10,000ths of a second moving on. Ed's 1 over, 606 with a 3, 114. Nolan Blanchard, Tim Stout. Nolan in his blue Monte Carlo, 627. We'll do the chasing here. Stout will dial 671 in the white S10. Off and running. Nolan with a little better light by about 300ths of a second. Is that enough? Yes. Takes it by 7,000ths of a second for a 629 win, 2 over at 104. Stout was dead on, 671.2 at 100 mile per hour even. All right, Kyle Yacko, Trenton, Michigan. Just south of the Detroit area, he will dial 618. And James Vanderbrook, Fife Lake, Michigan, 609, dial in for the Orange Chevelle. Couple of hundredths better here for the Mopar. Yacko. Oh, win light though for Vanderbrook. 609 by a thou takes the finish line and the win. 609 was dead 3, 111. He was 54 on the tree. Nothing to write home about there. Yacko was a couple of hun better with a 30 light. Goes 620 and 108. As maybe the Mopar couldn't cover the number there. Vanderbrook moving on. Scott Erickson, another Michigan racer, 557 with the Undertaker Camaro. Kenny Repsays, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but anytime there's a Z at the end of the name, it can be a little tough. Bradley, Illinois, 43-year-old mechanic, and he dials a 625. Erickson chasing him down and will get the win. 558, 123 the speed there. Takes 100th of a second at the stripe, 1 over. 627, 2 over for Kenny at 106 after a 19 light. We need All remaining door cars. All remaining door cars. Back to the staging lanes. First entry. All remaining door cars, first entry. That would be white, would be the last color that I have not called yet, but white door cars. We're on your first entry. Need you drivers to the staging lanes. Connor Jensen, Terry Bowman matched up. 604 for Connor, 644 rather for Terry. 009 for Connor. He had the better light. And he's got the win in this one. 605.0. 1 over 109 for a 9 thousandths margin of victory at the stripe. Terry, a little better numbers on the scoreboard. She's dead on with a 644.2. 106. Had a 26 light. Connor a little better, and he's going to get the win. Move on to the third round. Here comes Steck. Will Steckley, the 80 Dodge Charger. He will dial 569, and he will face another Mopar racer, Mike Stokes. Beulah, Michigan base 72 Challenger, dialed 543. Red light start for Stokes. He is 16th out of the red side. Steckley is 017, and Will's going to go 568. The stripe, 121 to move on. 546 for Stokes, 3 off at 125 after the red light start. Green S10 on the FTI side, that's David Lanning, Coldwater, Michigan, 657. And Greg McCurry from South Lyon, Michigan, 609 with the red Camaro. $25 to a 14, about a 100th better light going to David Lanning. He'll get the win, 658, 103, 1 over. 3 thousandths of a second margin of victory in another tight race. McCurry's dead on, 609, 6, 108. Was 25 at the start and a little behind. Austin Bennett, 642, FTI lane, Greenville, Michigan, base 70 Nova. And Jim Davis, Berrien Springs, Michigan, 508 on the Motor State side. .013 to 020. Bennett with a better lead. Again, 6 thousandths of margin of victory in another tight race. 3 over at 645, 105 miles per hour. Jim Davis, 5'11", 133 in the loss. Double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters. Need 2 drivers to the staging lanes. Here's I'm all mixed up on which device I'm supposed to be talking into again for the second time this weekend. Double-entered dragsters. Need you drivers back to the staging lanes for your second round. Right, Warren Smith's the winner, 615. 1 over after an 021 reaction time and a 6 thousandths margin of victory. Jimmy Johnson was dead on, 593, 114. And an 032 light was 100th behind. Rick Laputri. That rear and Morrison Levi Garrett tribute car, or paint job. Driving for Alan Hodder. Facing off with Thomas Whitaker. 031, 036. Whitaker 1 over 534, 130 miles per hour after 031 light. Laputri got there first by 9 thousandths of a second, breaking out by 4 thou, 606, 112 for the loss. Cody Height, 635. Aiden Farrell, 598. Both drivers slow to stage, not holding each other up, but just very, very cautious. A lot of slow and gentle bumps there, and it results in a 27 to 35 reaction time. 8th out better to Farrell. He goes dead on for the win, 598, 112. 24 10,000ths margin of victory, and a 637, 2 over at 106 for Cody Height. Pair of Trans Ams roll up to the starting line here is Canadian Ted Dunham, the 78 Trans Am, dials 573. The 73 model silver car over here on the Motor State side is Aaron Vale, 619. Oh, red light start for Teddy. He fouls out by 300ths of a second. Vale was 34 green. He'll run 2 over at 621 to get the win. 109 to speed. Ted Dunham 575, 118, 200ths over after the red light. Craig Eberhardt 548 for the Camaro Roadster. And Shanna Stone from Elkhart, Indiana with the S10 pickup, 607. Again, double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters should be back in the staging lanes for the second round. Double-entered dragsters should be back in the staging lanes. Shanna had the better light. She'll be the winner, 608, 109. 1 over with an 016 light. A 300 stripe. Eberhardt 2 off, 550 at 127. He was 41 green. Ray Skylar Drews in the Olds Calais, 586. And Chris Fleener, the Ohioan with the white Camaro, 581. Oh, red light start here for Fleener as he fouls out by almost 400ths of a second and clicks it. Drews 025 and Skylar will go 589, 3 off the 86 at 115. Chris is just kind of putting down through the shutdown area and slow. Take a moment here before Andy Wingo and Brandon Lang stage up. The Monte Carlo versus the Pontiac Fiero. Wingo from Gaylord, Michigan, 541. Brandon 589, his dial in. Oh, 006 light for Brandon Langs. 400's better in reaction time. And he'll be the winner, taking it easy at the stripe with a 593, 113. Covers it by 300ths of a second. And he was 3 off his number and just a little late, 544, 129 for the Fiero. Michaela Hemmerline. The Hemmerline racing team, Olds Cutlass. 625 FTI side. Getting set to face off with Aaron McCullough, 2-time champion of the 50K at the wheel of the Gramlich Camaro. 652 Motor State Lane. Oh, red light start for McCullough. Minus 006 on the red side. Michaela, 625, is dead on one. She goes 107 at the stripe and was 36 green. And Josh Call rolls up to the starting line, FTI side, 623 dial, to face Neil Swain's Jeep, 569. .009 to 029, 200's better for Call. He'll get the win line, 8 thousandths margin of victory. Another good side-by-side run at the finish line, 624. 109 mile per hour, 1 over for the win. Neil goes dead on, 569, 4, 119. All right, Corey Mikas. Up here in his dad Steve's Nova. 585 dial in. And Jason Hicks Olds Cutlass over here on the Motor State side this time, 689. Red light start for Jason. He is 18 thou under his green light. Corey is 013. And we'll go 1 over with a 586 run, 116. 691 for Hicks, 2 over after the red light at 99 miles per hour. Big, long, smoky Pro Stock style burnout there for the Overkill Motorsports Sonoma. Gary Williams at the wheel. 577 will face Mike Kozlik. 68-year-old entrepreneur, Motor State side, 629. Williams with a 577. Oh, 11, 016, advantage to Williams, but 2 good green lights though. Finish line, win light. Williams, 583, 108 off the throttle at the stripe, or doing some throttle work anyway. 17 thousandths margin of victory. Kozlik missed it with a 636 at 110 after a pretty even start. Kerr Harrington Chevette back up, 612. Jeff Jakewich up this time with his pickup truck, 597. $15 and $24 green. Advantage going to Jeff. And he'll move on. 597, 112, 015 reaction time. Harrington under by 4 thou. 611, 111. And he was 24 green. John Erskine, the green Camaro, on the FTI side of the track. Will Crawford's Corvette Roadster, 518 over here on the Motor State side. Oh, good lights for both guys, both double O's. Finish line, Crawford, dead on, 518.7. A 14 package, 132 miles per hour. Erskine actually was a little better with a 003 to the 007. Broke out by 0.04 of a second, taking almost 5. Here's the Martin family racing team. The Battle S10s will face off with Andrew Taylor, 643. And a 609. I believe Alyssa's at the wheel again. The FTI side of the racetrack. Lost a close race to start round 2 off in no box. Hoping to stay alive here with the second entry. She's going to as Taylor turns it red by 6,000ths of a second. Melissa is 038 green, runs dead on, 609 at 113 mile per hour. So the Martin S10 will be back for round number 3 with that entry. And 2 Camaros roll up to the starting line. This is Mark Daniels in the red car. 587 Motor State Lane. And Amelia Reed in the J-led Camaro. Amelia's from Kentucky, and she's going to dial 618. Old driver set and away. 012 light, and Amelia may have stolen it back here at the starting line. Daniels was late, and he breaks out. 620 for Amelia Reed, 109 miles per hour, moves on to the next round. Mark was a little late and then breaks out 586 for 118. Kenny Hansen comes back up with this entry for his Impala, 847. And the red Mustang over here from Muskegon, Michigan, west side of the state. Along Lake Michigan's coast, that's Steve Tennant, 615, the 89 Mustang. Good lights for both drivers. 005, 013. Tennant with the win. 616 with a 3, 107 to speed. And the Tennant gang's moving on to round number 3. They'll be high-fiving about that. 850 on the 847 dial in for Kenny at 78 miles per hour. About a 100th margin of victory at the stripe and another good race. Final call, final call, final call. Dragster doubles should be in the staging lanes. Final call, Dragster doubles. Ricky Adkins in the Mini. Fred Squires, 68 Nova. Oh, problems there for Adkins. He is late. And the Nova breaks out. 623.7, 110 miles per hour. And the Nova has maybe leaked something down the racetrack. There was some smoke coming out of it as it made its way down the stripe. Atkins was nowhere to be found. He takes the stripe by a mile, obviously, and Atkins way behind, breaking out, and Ricky's going to be a 12-second winner at less than 50 miles per hour. Wow. All right, Danny Angel, Bill Swain come up, 621 and a 557 dial-in. Billy in the Cavalier Motor State side, Danny Angel and his Mustang on the FTI side of the racetrack. Double 01 green this time for Danny Angel. Oh, and a double breakout, he's going to be the winner. 620, 6 thou under, 109 miles per hour. 001 green. He was 001 red earlier. Going to get the win light. Billy, 023, 555.9, breaking out for the loss. Donnie Hagar comes back up with the Vega, 634, and he will face Jeff Wistinghouse in the second, 653 for the black Camaro. Attention to the pits. Double entered door cars. Double entered door cars. We need you drivers to lane 7 and 8, please. Double entered door cars to lane 7 and 8, please. All right. Justin Harrington, FTI side, 5 seconds flat. Troy Williams Jr., 462 on the Motor State side. Green lights a pair, 100th better for Troy Williams Jr. Win's going to go to Harrington, no. He runs 5 seconds flat with a 0, 134 dead on. 8 thousandths margin of victory, 464 Williams, 2 over at 149. Ryan Sparks, 478 for the American Race Cars entry. And Derek Gilman, 444 on the FTI side. .007, 014. Sparks with the win. 13 total, 478, 142. Gilman, 4 thou under, 443, 6, 155. Right, next pair. Mike Newman, Bailey Ferraro. .011, 022. Bailey gets the win, 444, 153. Newman breaking out with a 478, 2 thou under. 10 mile per hour back at 143 that time. And Ernest Goodson and Brittany Ulmer come up in the next pair. Brittany here in her second entry is at the wheel of the Sparks Dragster, dialed 434. And Ernest Goodson, Hartford, Michigan, 54-year-old racer, dialed 512 on the FTI side of the racetrack. Red light start for Ern. Fouls out by 6 thousandths of a second. Brittany was 009 and will run 436 this time, 159 to win. Ernie after the red light goes dead on with a 512, 134. And Kirby McLennan and Justin Daniels match up. 487 and a 424. Fourth out better, Kirby McLennan. 424, dead 8, 165 by a thou, takes the finish line first. Justin Daniels, 487, dead on 5, 138 in the loss. All right, Corey Conley and Gary Williams match up, 476 and a 480. Williams the quicker of the two for the overkill dragster. A thou apart, 19 to 20. 6 thou margin of victory going to Gary Williams, 476, dead on 7. 139. Conley, 481, 143. There's Art Reed, 494. He will come up on the FTI side. Kokomo, Indiana-based racer, and he'll match up against Russ Sparks. 447 on the Motor State side. Staged simultaneously. And they're away. 19 to a 29. 447, 155 for Russ Sparks. Runs dead on to get the win. 493 breaking out by 3 thou. Art Reed at 138. All right, the Gall-Star Dragster that I believe is normally wheeled by Devin Payton is going to take a single here. Broke single. As his opponent he was paired with back in the staging lanes, apparently he's not going to be able to answer the bell here. Double 08. 476 dial. We run 477, 144 to move on to round number 3. The Scott Hornline and Trevor Deeks match up. Hornline 485. Trevor Deeks from Canada 454. Trevor last to stage. They're set. 008, 021. Ripping the throttle down the stripe and a 486 wind light for Hornline. 140 mile per hour and an 8 thousandths margin of victory. All right, Bailey Ferraro comes back up this time, FTI side. That's Mike's car, but I've got Bailey's name come up here. 478 dial in. Dominic Cincerelli, Motor State side, 4:44. Red light by 6th thou for Bailey. Cincerelli is 12th thou under his green light, but will go 4:45 for the win, 156 miles per hour. 572, 95 mile per hour for Bailey after the red light, shutting off. Back in the door cars here is Kyle Kidder and Tom Artakis Jr. matchup. 650 for the Dodge Dakota truck. Kyle with a 664 in the Nova. Both guys staged up and ready. Oh boy, 003, 007. Good light for both drivers. Double breakout win for Artakis, 649, 7th thou under at 103. Kyle goes 660, taking a straight by over 300s at 100 mile per hour even. And Tom Artakis Jr. gets the win light in that pair. A couple of tough racers. Jake Clayton, Pete Brown. 620 dial in for the Tennessee-based Mustang. Pete Brown, one of our locals here, 528 with the Monte Carlo. Clayton off and running. He is 10 green. Pete was a little late. Oh, Pete's going to get the win. Clayton gets down there first by over 500, breaks out by a thou. 528. Pete's dead on 6, 130 the speed. Good run for the car. Got to work on it a little bit back here. Make sure you have the right numbers in the box. 056 light gets away with one, and Pete moves on to the next round. Doug Foley Jr. and Jeff Alexander match up. .594 and a 603. Leave the starting line. Foley Jr. a couple of hundredths better. Off the mark. Oh boy, Alexander 603, 113 is going to take it by 2 thou. Foley with a 596 run at 112, 200ths over. And even though he was about 18 thousandths better in reaction time, Jeff Alexander sneaks in the door and is going to move on to round number 3. All right, Joe Bowman comes back up with the Camaro, and we'll dial 607. I'm assuming something must be wrong with the Corvette because I believe this is its car number for his second entry. James Vanderbrook, 015, a thou better in reaction time and will be the winner. Both drivers dead on and a 4 thousandths margin of victory. 15 to 16 lights, an 09 on an 09.3, a 607.6 on an 07, 4 thousandths margin of victory, and another great race. All right, Kelly Smith back up. He'll face off with Jeremy Bargo. Bargo in his S10 this time from Kentucky, and he will dial 611. And Kelly Smith from White Cloud, Michigan, 636 on his S10. Oh, 2 more good green lights. 010 and 006. Oh, 0-1-3 margin of victory. Another close race. Kelly is dead on 2, 636. Bargo 1 over, 612 on 100 mile per hour even. Kelly moving on. I'll bring up Tom Bueller and Craig Everhart. Everhart in the Camaro Roadster. Gen 1 car, Gen 1 body style up against an actual Gen 1 sedan. Bueller, 624 to a 549. Oh, red light start here for Eberhard as he is 6th thou on the red side. 626, 109 miles per hour. Tom Bueller gets the win light. Craig dead on, 5:49.8 after the red light. Now to bring up Wes May and Aiden Farrell. Aiden with a 5.96, Mays Buick 6.54. Off and running, 005 to 010. Farrell slight advantage. Wes May, though, 6.55, one over at 99 miles per hour as Farrell was over the number a bit, 6.02 on the 96 at 112. Wes May with the win by 0.04 of a second. Steve Height, 584, FTI side. And Tim Stouts, S10 with a 671. All right, red light start for Steve. He is -5 thou on the red side. Stouts 048 will be the winner. 670 is under by 7 thousandths of a second, but we'll be seeing that entry back in round number 3 with the white S10. DJ Jordan, the Ohio-based Ford Mustang, and the 57 Chevrolet of Brett Williamson. Last night's no-box winner coming back up. 580 dial-in, 627 again for the Ford. Jordan with a better start. Couple of hundredths better, and he's going to be the winner. 627's dead on at 106. Takes down last night's no-box winner as Brett goes 579.7. He's under by 3 thou after a 29 green. Andrew Taylor, 643 in the white S10. Yeah, I believe that's Chantel Lorenz with the Mustang. 022, 038. Pretty good race there, 100th of a second difference at the stripe. And Taylor's going to get the W, 644, one over after an 022. 97 the speed, 715, one over for Chantel, 94 mile per hour. Right, Kenny Underwood back up with his second entry. The 81 Chevy Camaro, 593, Jim Davis. The 67 Camaro, 509. One of the faster door cars here this weekend. Going to get put away this time. 595, Kenny Underwood, 112 the speed. He was 014. Jim Davis, 052, 511, 2 over 138 with the loss. Connor Jensen back up. 604, FTI side. And Aaron McCullough in the Graham-Wich Chevrolet Camaro, 651. Attention to the pits. No box. Round number 3. No box. The round of 8. We need no box back to the staging lanes for pairings. No box. Round number 3. Back to the staging lanes. Red light start for Aaron by a thou. He fouls out and shuts off. Connor Jensen 017 legs it through to a 601 at 112. We'll see him back in round number 3. We just called no box. Third round to start things off. No box back to the staging lanes for pairings. Kyle Yacko, Aaron Vale up next. 620 for Kyle in the Dodge Daytona FTI side. Aaron Vale 621 as they're nearly heads up. Oh, Aaron Vale's late. Tardy off the mark. And Kyle Yacko, 030 and a 622 win, 2 over at 106. And Aaron, after a 101 light, is going to go dead on, 621 at 99. Out of here in round number 2. Bob Payton, Mike Stokes come up next. Payton, 618 on the FTI side. Stokes with a 546 with the black Mopar. Stokes off and running, trying to give chase to Payton, but he is 000 off the starting line. Bob Payton's going to get the win. 000 perfect and a 616.9. Under by 11 thou gets it done. 110 miles per hour. Stokes under by 14 thousandths with a 544.6, 125, and he was 20 green. Payton on to round number 3. All right, the Undertaker, Scott Erickson, 558. For his second entry here, also competing in no box this weekend. Going off the bottom. And he will dial 558 to take on Jeff Serra and the Overkill Sonoma, 573 dial in. They're ready. And away. Sarah 300's better. Erickson leaves a little bit back here, but he's going to get the win. 559, 118. The win to Scott Erickson by 24 10,000ths. Gets the win. Sarah was 016, 300's better. But only cards a 579 at 122. All right, Ricky Adkins, rather. Oh, red light start for B.J. Bennett. Dialed a 464. 644 is the actual number that comes up here. A 484 for Ricky Adkins. Under by 6 thou. David Lanning, Blaine Anderson, 6:05 and 6:58. The Camaro and the S10 on the line now. 004, David Lanning has the edge. Double breakout window to Anderson. He's on the Motor State side this time. Most of the runs I've seen him make, he's been in the left lane, but he's going to be the winner and move on to round number 3 with a 6:04 run on a double breakout. Closer to the number by a thou. A little over 100th, actually. 6:56 for Lanning. 14 thou under at 102. Warren Smith and Jason Hicks up next. 6:14 and 6:90 for the Oldsmobile. 007. Warren Smith a couple of hundredths better off the starting line. Hicks breaking out. Taking it straight by 2 thou. And Warren Smith the winner. 6:15, 1 over at 111 after a 007 light. Kurt Harrington comes up. Indiana-based Chevette, 611 dial in again this time. Chris Kozlik and car owner Doug Smith with the S10 truck on the Motor State side, 607. Getting ready to conclude round number 2 here. No box double entries. .006 to an 023. 612, 1 over, 107 of speed. Kozlik, 3 off, 610 at 112. Jason Jensen, Ken Hansen here. Jensen on the bye. JX5J was our scheduled bye here. He's got to defend it against Ken Hansen in the Impala. Big handicap start. Kenny decides that he fouls out by 11 thou. Jason's 025 green, trying to run 452. He'll run 453, 153. Hansen, 846 under on both ends, 79 mile per hour. That'll conclude round number 2. With Jason Jensen moving on, defending that bye, moving into the 3rd round. No box. Paired up, getting set to go and start the 3rd round of competition here. The round of 8 for the bottom bulbers. No box will be starting things off here in round number 3. All right, Dragsters, round number 3. Dragsters back to the staging lanes. Dragsters, round number 3, back to the staging lanes for their first entry. Right, a little starting line maintenance taking place here as we get set for round number 3. If you're listening at home on Drag Racer TV, we want to thank you for joining us. It's been a great weekend of racing. No rain, no major downtime on the racetrack. A lot of great side-by-side close races and a lot of great reaction times. Shout out to our event sponsors here for the 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge. Get an event t-shirt before they're totally gone. Trackside Apparel, Sunoco Race Fuel Building down behind the grandstands next to the concession stand. Thanks to Ultratech Race Fab. Our live video coverage presented by Motor State Distributing and Drag Racer TV. McCarty Auto Parts. Digital delay boxes and racing electronics. Pro Systems, carburetors and fuel systems. FTI, performance transmissions and torque converters. Drag Race Solutions and Sunoco Race Fuels. Our presenting sponsors here for the 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge. Round number 3, no box. Paired up at the head of the staging lanes, getting set to go. Dragsters have been called for their third round first entries. Here we go, start of round number 3. First pair, no box. All right, Jason Mikula, Stan Jones Jr. Good matchup here. Two guys that have recently won a couple of big checks. Jones with the 69 Corvette. He will be on the Motor State side, and he will dial 597. Mikula 596 on the FTI side with the Chevy 2. Free stage. Jones will bump it in carefully, and we'll have a real dogfight here if this goes according to plan. Two very good racers. Kicking things off here in the third round off the bottom ball. They're ready. And they're away. No superhero reaction times, but they're both decent. Mikula, 596, dead 2, 112 for the win. Jones got there first by 100th and a half. He runs 595, breaking out at 114 with the vet. Jason Mikula moving on. Tom Artakis Jr. with the Dakota pickup. past 50K champ with his Barracuda, now in the truck, 650 dial in, 200ths of a second apart with Jeff Wistinghausen's Camaro. Jeffrey dialed 652, motor stateside. Again, Dragsters have been called for their round number 3 back to the lanes. Dragsters, Dragsters, Dragsters. Round number 3 back to the staging lanes, first entry. You're ready. Off and running, 019, 014. Wistinghausen with the edge. Oh, Jeff gets down there by 3.5 to get the L. 651, Artakis gets the win, one over at 99 miles per hour. He was 19 green. Jeff had a little better late and is probably going to be kicking himself a little. Took too much finish line. Brett Williamson comes up now. 580, the dial in, and almost heads up here with Rich Van Els. The Seabright Machine Chevrolet Camaro, 582, motor stateside. 200ths of a second difference in their dial ins. They're ready. Oh 15, 017. 581, 1 over 117. 584, 114 in a great race by 16 10,000ths. Brett Williamson gets the win in a good side-by-sider between the two classic Chevrolets. Donnie Hagar, Mark Daniels come up, 633 and a 586. .587 by 5 thou. Mark Daniels gets the win. He was 31 green. Donnie actually was 4 thou better. Runs a 634 at 106. Daniels, I think, was down there kicking the throttle. Takes a stripe by 5 thousandths. And he will move on to what will be the no-box semis. Dragsters back up to the conclusion of no box, and Casey Kovacs will face Art Reed here. .487, Casey Kovacs, 1 over after a 007 leave, 136 the speed. Art Reed got there first by a thou, but he's under by 6 thou. 492, 138 for the loss. Bailey Ferrero. And the Madison McCormick Dragster, 444. 0.6 of a second quicker than Paul Wolf. Will be leaving first with a 504. Red light start for Bailey by 9 thou. He shuts off early to a 472. Paul Wolf, 40 green, 502, 200s under 135, but he'll be moving on. Double 5011, Jeremy McCormick breaks out. Kirby McLennan, 424, dead 7 after an 011 light. He'll be the winner and move on. 434, under by 6 thousandths for Jeremy. He was double 05 in reaction time. Justin Harrington, Mike Newman. All door cars, attention to the pits, all door cars, all colors, door cars to the staging lanes. Third round, first entry. Door cars, third round, first entry. We need all you drivers to the staging lanes, please. .010, .021, Harrington. Better light, he's going to get the winner, be the winner, 501, 132. Newman, 478, breaks out by 7 thou, 143. All right, Ryan Sparks back up in the American Race Cars Dragster. Switching cars with one entry with Brittany, and this is her car. 478 Motor State Side. Jeff Serra, Overkill Motorsports. 472. Off and running. 000, Jeff Serra. Sparks right there, though, at 013, but he breaks out. 474 with a 6, 132 for Serra. And a 476 for Ryan. Taking a stripe by 3 Huns. Serra bailed. Ryan's under, and 144 mile per hour at the stripe. Derek Gilman, 443. And Brittany Almer comes up with the Ryan Sparks car, 436 on the Motor State side. I believe it was with this car a year ago. Brittany was our Sunday 5K winner, looking to stay alive right here. Gilman looking to stop her, and he's not going to do it. Foul start for Derek, and he lifts. Wow, Brittany under. It was a good time to have that happen. She's 003 at the tree. That's good. But 433.9, she's under by a couple of hundredths. 159 mile per hour the speed. Derek shuts off after a 2 thou foul. And Dad Jeff comes up behind him in the next pair, and he will dial 447. Marnie, Michigan-based racer. Been around a long time. His dad, Gordon, longtime Superstock competitor, and made a name for himself running a Buick V6 for a long time. Jeff's on the FTI side. He'll race Chris Conley. Roofer from New York, dialed 481, Motor State Lane. .010 to .022. And the win going to Jeff Gilman, 448, 1 over 150 miles per hour. Conley, 479, under by a couple of 143. Dan Davies. Or rather, I believe Dan Davies' name came up, but I believe that's Devin Payton in the Gallstar car. Longtime Mid-Michigan racer Mike Zednick will be the opposition. 491 Motor State Lane. .018 to 012. Zednick with a better light. 478 Dan Davies, one over at 141. Mike Zednick breaks out by 9 thou, taking 25 at the finish line. 140 mile per hour the speed. Had some room there to take the win light. And Nick Lakeys and Russ Sparks come up next. 449 for Nick, FTI Lane. Sparks, the New Yorker over here on the Motor State side, 447. Oh, 008 for Russ Sparks has the edge. 448, 149 mile per hour for Russ Sparks. 480, one over at 143. Closer on the ET slip, but 030 in reaction time. Gave Russ Sparks the edge. He takes advantage of it and takes the win. Jason Jensen, 453, and Scott Hornline, 485, come up next. Working our way through round number 3, first entry of the Dragsters. They're ready. And off and running. 001 and 010. Good lead for both guys. By 8 thousandths of a second, Jason Jensen's the winner. 455, 147 miles per hour. Hornline 2 over, 487, 142. Dominic Cincerelli. He will dial 445 this time from the FTI lane. Chase McKay is going to get the win here. Cincerelli fouls out by 200ths. 019 and a 440 under by 200 on the dial in. 440 at the stripe. 158 miles per hour to move on. Dominic under on both ends. Minus 20 red. And 444 with a 9 on the 45 dial at 156 miles per hour. Warren Smith and Tyler Clark come up. They'll be the first pair here of door cars on the first entry, round number 3. Staged up and ready, Warren Smith. Tyler bumping in, bumping in, bumping in, ready. Tyler's got the better light. A little over 100th of a second to play the stripe. Oh, but Warren Smith's going to be the winner, 100th over, 6:15 with a 2:110. Takes the stripe by 4 thousandths of a second. Tyler 2 off at 5:67, 122. John Boss, 74-year-old racer from Kent City, Michigan, just outside of Grand Rapids. He will dial 635, and he'll face Craig Skinner. 661 Motor State Lane. They're set. Off and running. 000 light for John Boss. Can he handle Skinner? At the stripe, he does. 637, 107 miles per hour. About 18 10,000ths to margin of victory there. Skinner 662 at 103, and he was 32 at the tree. James Vanderbroek. The orange 69 Chevelle, West Main the Buick 654. Here we go. 14 and 24 green, advantage May. 610, 110. Win light, James Vanderbroek. 6,000ths margin of victory at the stripe. May 2 over at 656, and West was 014. All right, Vance Brown, Kelly Smith match up next. 636 for Kelly's truck. Vance Brown 559 on the Monte Carlo. .006, 002, and another fight down the racetrack. Double breakout win, Kelly Smith. Under by 1,000, 635, 104. Vance Brown under by 6,000, 558, 125. Double breakout, but another good race to the stripe. Here comes Dad Pete to follow up and see if maybe he can move on to the next round with his Monte Carlo. 528. Blaine Anderson stands in his way, though. 604 dial in FTI side. Pete's got a shot. 003. Car gets a little close to the center line, but he's going to be the winner. 530, 127. 12,000ths margin of victory there for Pete and a good win. 003 at the tree. Anderson the same numbers, but inverted. 030. 604. He was dead 7, 113. A good race to the finish line. Scott Erickson and Jeff Alexander come up. 602 and a 557. Jeff was a little late on the let go. Erickson is 010 and in control. Gets the win. 559, 118 for the Undertaker. He'll move on to the next round. Jeff had a reaction time to 50s and runs 2 off. 604, 113 in a loss. Tom Bray, Dustin Loynes come up next. Bray, 701 with the Camaro. And Dustin's Pontiac, 583. And again, both drivers bumping in carefully, not holding each other up, but just being very, very cautious. Bray's in. Dustin's in. They're ready. And off and running. Neither's going to make the reaction time on a roll, but they're 100th apart. Double breakout window for Dustin, 582. Fourth thou under 112 gets it done. Bray 699 with a 7 on a little number on the 701 dial in. And Dustin will move on to round number 4. That'll bring up Brandon Lang and Bob Russello. Russello with his Camaro. 562 is the quicker of the pair. 590 for Brandon Lang's Monte Carlo. Oh, 15, 028 as Lang's got a little better start. Russello, though, going to end up getting the win. 563, 1 over, 123 the speed. 26 10,000ths at the stripe. And a 595 for Lang, 5 off at 118. Kyle Kidder comes up. He'll match up against Josh Cole's S10. 624, Kyle 660. $14 and $17 green. Womp, womp, womp at the stripe. Kyle Kidder gets the win. 662 at an even 100 miles per hour. 006 margin of victory at the stripe and another good race. Call 626, 108 after a 17 light. Jeremy Bargo and Andrew, Andrew Christofferson's 613 dial in on the FTI side of the racetrack with the Bob Payton 63 Nova. Bargo and his Mustang 603. Oh, foul start for Bargo. Turns it red by a thou. Christofferson would have been tough. 009, 613, 0, 9-pack, 111 the speed. Jeremy after the red light runs a 601, 112 on the 03 dial in. All colors door cars have been called. Could put a final call out for door cars. Door cars on the starting line running right now, and here is the red Chevrolet Vega of Andrew Heinig from Harrison, Michigan, 605. And the Martin family racing team, Alyssa Martin at the wheel, 609. Double 05 to 025, Andrew Heinig gets the win, 607, 109 the speed after a double 05 reaction time, takes it by a couple of hun. Alyssa off 2, 611 at 110, and she was 25 at the start. Skylar Drews in the Olds Calais, and TJ Jordan in the Mustang. Jordan was 008 on the tree, but by a thou, Skylar Drew gets the win. 589 dead on, 114 with an 019 reaction time. Good run for Skylar. And a 628. One over after a 008 leave there for TJ Jordan. Not good enough. Evan Muchler, 629. And Aiden Farrell, 598 on the Motor State side. Final call here for round number 3. Dorkar's first entry. Right, final call Dorkars, and first call for double dragsters. Double under dragsters back to the staging lanes, all colors. Double under dragsters back to the lanes. Jason Jenkins, Andrew Taylor, 009 to an 012. Double breakout win going to the Mustangs. 713, 3 thou under. Moving on. Taylor, 641, 12 thou under. Corey Mikas and Jeff Sanchez matchup. 587 FTI side. Sanchez, 621 on the Motor State side of the racetrack. Double dragsters again. You've been called. Working our way through round number 3 here. Corey Mikas, little better light, 014 green. He'll be the winner, 588, one over at 114 miles per hour. Sanchez, one over with a 4, 622, 109. Corey had him covered by a couple of hundredths in reaction time. Kyle Yako, 620, and Tom Whitaker, 533. About a hundredth apart here in reaction times. Yako the slight edge. And by 6 thou, he takes the finish line. 620 is dead on 6. He was 38th the tree at 109. Whitaker 100th back. 533, even though he's dead on 1. Closer than the little numbers. 130 mile per hour. Kyle had the better start. Got the whole shot. Got the win. Tim Stout. An all-white machine battle here with Kenny Underwood's Camaro, 594 Motor State side. Kind of a raggedy sounded two-step there for Underwood. He's got the better lead, 004. Oh, the win's going to go to Stout. He sneaks in by a thou. 16 10,000ths margin of victory. 671, dead 4. He was 018 for a 22-pack. Underwood 595, 9, 114 for 23 total for the loss. That'll bring up Tom Bueller and Jake Clayton. Bueller in a Camaro 625, Clayton 100th quicker 624. Red light start, Tom Bueller. Takes himself out by 100th of a second. Clayton 014, 619. He's under the dial in by over 400ths. 109 the speed, but he'll be back in round number 4. Bueller 625 goes dead on at 108 after the red light start. Next up, Michaela Hemmerline, 624 FTI side. Will Crawford, Motor State Lane, 518. Right, Michaela Hemmerline, Will Crawford. Red light start for Michaela. Fouls out by 23 Thou. Crawford is 23 green. Thou under at 5:17.9, 133. Michaela after the red light start goes at 27 on the 25, 107 miles per hour. That'll bring up Will Steckley. He'll face Aaron Vale this time. 621 for Aaron. Steck with a 568. Steckley and Vale, 012, 015, 622 for Aaron's good to get the win by 18 ten-thousandths of a second. One over with a 5. He had the advantage by 3 thou. Steck 015 goes 571, 3 off at 121 with the Chrysler. Danny Angel comes back up in a Mustang battle here with Steve Tennant. Nearly heads up, Tennant 615, the quicker of the two, Angel with a 621. Stage at the same time, and they're off. 009, 026. Danny's got the edge. Danny's got the win. 625, 107. Tennant falls off to a 622 at 110. Danny covers up the stripe. Was able to maybe take it a little easy at the finish line there. And we'll move on to round number 4 with his Mustang. Connor Jensen, Jeff Jakewish come up next. Jakewish, the championship snowmobile rider, the Arctic Cat. Seen him in no box competition this weekend. His second entry here is this good-looking S10 pickup. Facing Connor Jensen, the young driver on the FTI side, and his dad's Malibu 602. 595 for Jeff. Final call, double-enter dragsters. Need you drivers in the staging lanes here for round number 3. Good lead for both guys. Jakewish comes down. The truck took a step to the right, and that might hurt him. Actually, it didn't. He breaks out by 5 thou, but he gets the L. Connor goes 602. He's dead 7 at 111. And was 013 at the tree and held 100th there. Jakewish, 594.5 on the 95 dial-in, 114. So Connor moves on. Jeff is gone now with both entries. And that'll bring up Shanna Stone for Vintage Trailers, facing off with the wild Mini Cooper of Ricky Adkins, 484. Triple zero light for Shannon. Atkins right there at 011. 6 thou margin of victory. She stays in front and gets the win. 609, 110. Perfect reaction time for Stone. And a 485 for Ricky. 11 thou over at 143, and he was 011 at the starting line to be 22 total. Not good enough. So the Vintage Trailer Gang moves on, and Nolan Blanchard and Austin Bennett come up. 645 to 627. Well, no one really turned a tire there, but they're both 00 at the tree. Yeah, 6:48, 3 over for the win. Austin Bennett easily covered the finish line there. As Nolan Blanchard was right there with him in reaction time, 004 to 008, but couldn't run the number, 6:36. After he knocked the tire off the wheel there on the starting line. A lot of spin, 108 mile per hour. Bennett moving on to round number 4. Kurt Harrington and Amelia Reed. First time I believe that Amelia, at least since I've been calling the shots here, has been on the right side of the racetrack. Let's see if it affects her any. Perfect reaction time. I would say it affected her in a good way. Harrington right there at 009. She gets there first by 18 thou, but breaks out by 8 thou. Harrington dead on, 6:12 with the 1, 109 for the speed. And the young lady had a trip zip perfect light. Breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Harrington's dead on 1, and we'll see him in round number 4. Doug Foley, 592. Gary Williams, 576 in the battle of the trucks here. Red light start. Gary Williams by 2 thou. He follows out. Foley Jr. is 008 green. He runs a 589 on a 92 dial, 115. Williams 565 on the 76 dial and way under. Donnie Hagar and David Lanning come up. Final call. Double dragsters. And we need double enter door cars back to the staging lanes. Second entry door cars back to the staging lanes. David Lanning, 657. Donnie Hagar, Nevega, 635. Good lights for both drivers. Slight edge to Lanning. 005 to 017. Double breakout win for David. He's a thou under at 656.9. Donnie 8 thou under, 634.2, 106. Lanning was going 103 at the stripe, and we'll see him back in round number 4 with the S10 truck. Comes the dragsters for their second entry. Kirby McLennan now over in the FTI lane, 424. Scott Hornline, Motor State side, 486. Again, door cars, second entry, back to the staging lanes, please. Door cars, double enter door cars, back to the staging lanes for your round number 3 run. .025. Kirby McLennan, winner here, 425, 1 over with an 019 light by 15 thousandths, 163 the speed. Hornline 488, 2 over, 137. Double door cars, double door cars, double door cars, second entry again. Need you drivers back to the staging lanes. Right, double door cars. Need you guys back in the staging lanes here for your round number 3. Second entry, double door cars. Need your drivers back in the staging lanes. There we go. Here's another pair of dragsters. Continuing on here in round number 3, double under dragsters. Second entry here with Gary Williams, Bradenton, Florida, 475. Faced off against Russ Sparks, 448 on the Motor State side. $13 and $14 green, a thou better for Sparks. A lot of whomping down there at the finish line. A 476 win for Gary Williams. 140 miles per hour by 3 thou. Gets the nod. 449 for Sparks. 1 over at 154. Door car double entries coming up. Scott Erickson, the Undertaker Camaro, and the 69 Chevelle of James Vanderbrook matched up here. 609 and a 558. Double 05 for Vanderbrook, and he's got 600 to play the stripe with, and he's going to get the win. 610 and 107. Gets it done. Erickson, another one of those 3-time loser runs. Left last, got there second, broke out. He's done. James Vanderbrook moving on. Tom Artakis, 650, FTI side. And Jeff Alexander, 604 with DeMonzo over here on the Motor State side. Red light by 11 thou, Jeff Alexander. Green light by 11 thou, Tom Artakis. Lifts early to a 679 win at 81 miles per hour. 618 for Jeff. He was out of the throttle as well. After the red light start, it's Wes May, Pete Brown matched up, 654 and a 528. $23 and $50 green. Wes has the better light, and he'll be the winner. He runs dead on. In fact, both of them run dead on zero. 528 for Pete, 654 for Wes. 023 to 050 is 27 thousandths, and that's exactly what the margin of victory was at the stripe. Wes May gets the nod, and that'll bring up Warren Smith and Bob Payton. 617 and 614. .022 and 036. Payton with a better start. Smith with a better finish, though. 613, 7th thou under, 113 the speed. And Payton 616 with a 1. He is 9th thou under to 111. All right, it's about 1:45 right now. By 3:30, we're going to close the concession stand and the fuel building, souvenir building. About 45 minutes left on the concession stand, the fuel and souvenir building. 45 minutes left at 3:30 at close. All right, Ricky Atkins back up. And he'll face Connor Jensen. .602 dial in for Connor. I believe the first time this weekend, and I've announced anyway, that he's been in the right lane. Atkins 485 on the FTI side. .008. Atkins answers with a .009. Charge into the finish line. Connor gets the win. 603, 1 over the 2 at 109. Atkins doesn't run the numbers. 493, 129 to speed. Maybe lets him go at the finish line, and Connor will move on. Jason Jensen apparently is going to forgo his bye. He will move on, though, into the next round of competition, and that will conclude round number 3.
So we put out the first call for the final four and no box to the stadium lanes, please. Final four and no box. You'll go lanes 3 and 4. Just bring them up front. We'll get you paired up. 4 drivers and no box back to stadium lanes. So the potential buy run for upcoming round number 4 will be car number 336N, Shanna Stone. We had 3 drivers, I believe it was, that were triple O. Shanna was triple O and one over with a 6, and that was the best package. So Shanna Stone sitting on the buy run for upcoming round number 4. Also, yes, this is the round we stop calling doubles at the back. We'll call them up to the front. The way it'll go down. Give you a couple extra minutes to get up there. With that said, we will take double door, or where are we at here? This is Sunday, forgot. Dragsters. Double dragsters. Am I on the right day here? Sunday, yes. Round 4. Double dragsters to the front of lane 7 and 8, please. Double dragsters, lane 7 and 8, please. So final four in no box. We take you in the lanes. We've called the double dragsters. Any dragsters holding 2 entries to the front of lane 7 and 8, please. So looks like we have a couple of double dragsters, so we will now call the rest of dragsters for round number 4. Dragsters round 4, lane 7 and 8, please. Actually, here comes another one. I have 3 doubles. We need dragsters. We need dragsters round 4. Dragsters, we need you. If you're still in round 4, we need you in 7 and 8, please. Lane 7 and 8. Looks like our final 4 getting in and ready to go here for the semifinal of No Box. Here we go, final 4 No Box. Brett Williamson, Jason Mikula. Chevy 2 out of G&M Racing, right-hand lane, down in at 597, Brett Williams. He won it yesterday with a 57 Chevy out of Winnebago, Illinois, dialed in here at 581. Wins here, you go into back-to-back finals. Jason Mikula, might have something to say about that. Green lights a pair. Williamson came to play here. 002, 1 thou under. Jason's 031 and a little more than 300s under his dial N. Williamson will go to another final round in the no box 32 side. Take on the winner of this one. Tom Artigas Jr. and Mark Daniels on the line. Daniels Chevrolet Camaro. South Boardman, Michigan, dialed 586. Artigas in the 1997 Dakota pickup. Dialed 649. Daniels on Artigas, finish line winner. Artigas and a double breakout. 1 thou under for Tom. Mark, he breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. 0-0-1. Margin of victory. Artigas took 400 stripe there. It almost bit him in the you-know-what, but it worked out for him. He'll be back in the final. Take on the 57 Chevy. So we roll into the dragster side. We'll take double entered door cars. Double entered door cars. If you're still carrying 2 entries, get to the front of the line, lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4, if you're still carrying 2 entries, get to the front of the line, please. Here's the dragster side. Both these drivers carrying 2 as our first pair come out. Jason Jensen will be in the left lane. Dialed in at 4.53 seconds. Kirby McLennan with a 4.25 over here on the Motor State side. Good race here. Both 00. Finish line winner, Jensen. 001, dead 7. McLennan, 008, dead 2. Kirby is 10 total, and he's 2 behind at the finish line. Jensen with a win light. Jeff Serra and Casey Kovacs coming up next. Serra in the right-hand lane. Team Overkill down in at 473. Kovacs in the left-hand lane down 486. Double entered door cars. Double entered door cars to the front of the line here in lanes 3 and 4, please. Round number 4 of elimination. Sunday 5 grander here. Kovacs and Serra. Second pair of dragsters. Red light by 001 for Casey Kovacs. Winner A-Lane Jeff Serra, he's 014. Shows his hand down there, holding the 6-700s. Kovacs is 1 red and dead 4. Paul Wolf will be in the right lane. He's racing Devin Payton. Payton in the left-hand lane, 477. Paul Wolf in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 501. Once again, double entered door cars. If you're holding 2 on the door car side, please bring it to the front of the line. Lanes 3 and 4. Peyton and Wolf, win line. Paul Wolf, 004 and 2 over. Peyton was 015, got to the finish line first in the left lane, and he broke out by 6,000 of a second. Paul Wolf, couple over his dial-in, he'll advance. Brittany Ulmer and Justin Harrington. Justin left side, dialed in at 5 seconds flat. Brittany in right-hand lane, last year's Sunday event winner. Trying to make it 2 years in a row here. She's dialed in at 4:33 in the right lane. Win line here, left lane Justin, 031 and dead 4. Brittany was 046 that time and a couple over. Russ Sparks and Jeff Gilman. Jeff in the left-hand lane, then dial 447. Russ right lane, 447. Both drivers in, Sparks and Gilman. Green lights appear, and Jeff Gilman is in deep trouble. Russ was 004, 100th over. Jeff was 50 and a couple hundredths under. Russ Sparks will advance to round number 5. A couple drivers coming back around here, turning them around very quickly. We do appreciate that. With that said, we will call the rest of the door cars for round 4 to lanes 3 and 4. All door cars have been now called for round number 4, bringing to lanes 3 and 4. Here we go to finish up our final two pair of dragsters. Couple of double ups going on here. Actually, three drivers that were holding on to two going into this round. Jason Jensen, Chase McKay gonna run. Jason left-hand lane. He already got his first entry through. Now 453. Chase right-hand lane. His dragster will be on a 442. Green light's a pair. Jensen, McKay. Win light going. McKay. Jensen had him on the tree a 10 to a 20, but took 300 stripe to be 4 thou under. Needed to take 26 or less. Chase is 0-20 and 100th over. He'll get the win. Our final pair of dragsters coming out of the state lanes here for good race here. Finish line winner, Kirby 003, 3 thou under. Gary 010 and 6 thou under. Gary put it into the stage beams. I think that worked last year if I recall. Didn't work this time. Kirby with a win light. Warren Smith and James Vanderbrook. Here we go. Moving down to the door car side. Warren left-hand lane dialed in at 614. James right-hand lane, the Chevelle dialed in at 609. Warren and James here. Finish line, win line going. Warren Smith. 012, dead on with a 2. James was 007 and 200ths under his dial in. Warren Smith takes that entry to round 5. Connor Jensen and Pete Brown. Pete right lane dialed 528. Connor left lane dialed 602. Connor still doubled up. Connor and Pete, finish line winner, Connor. Pete had him, got there first, broke out 1,000th of a second. 5:27.9 on a 5:28. Jensen is 100th over. He wins. Takes that entry to round 5. Danny Angel and Kyle Kidder. 6:61 for the Nova in the right-hand lane. 6:22 for Danny in the Ford. Red light for Kyle Kidder by 006. Danny with a win. He was negative 004 and a couple hundreds under. That's good enough to win that one. Kyle was 6 red and a little under. Andrew Heinig and Kelly Smith. Couple no boxers here. 636 in the left, 606 in the right. Red light for Kelly Smith. Andrew Heining with a win. See if he can hit his dial in here. 604, holding a couple hundreds. He's 31 green. Both of them a couple under. Kelly turned it 15 red. Bob Rosello and Skylar Drews. Oldsmobile Calais down 589. Bob's Chevrolet Camaro down 563. Red light here for Skylar. Bob with a win. He's 29 green and runs 3 under. Andy Christopherson and Will Crawford. Will with the Corvette Roadster, 518 Dallin. Andy's 63 Nova, 612. Good race here. 1 foul separate them. Andy and Will. Winner, Will. 13 light. Dead on with a 9. Andy's 12 on react and 7 foul under, getting there first by 17. That had to be 10 or less to get his win light to come on. Jake Clayton and Aaron Vale. Mustang left lane 617. Aaron right lane Trans Am out 621. Both drivers, 00. Finish line winner going, Vale. 007 dead 2. He lays down 9 total. Clayton is 9 on react and breaks out 7 foul at the finish line. Vale will have an entry in round number 5. Jason Jenkins and Doug Foley Jr. S10 down 593. The Mustang on a 713. Pickup truck, chasing on a Mustang, win light going, truck. 010, 1 over for Foley. Jenkins is 35 on the tree and 1 foul under. Evan Mutzler, Corey Micas. Corey left lane, 587. Evan in the truck, the out 628. Evan turning on the red light there. Micus with a win. Dead zero. 13 and dead zero for Corey. A little bit under and a little early there for Evan. 22 red. Dustin Loins, Wes May. Wes in left-hand lane. The Regal, 654. Firebird for Dustin, 583. Dustin's in. Wes is bebopping in, and there he goes. Regal in charge here. Finish line winner. Wes May got it. 007, dead 9 for Wes, 16 total. Dustin is 51 on React. Tim Stout and Kyle Yako next. The Daytona Dow 620, 671 for the S10. Kyle and Tim, winner going Tim. Double breakout. Kyle had a better reaction time, a 10 to a 28, but broke out by a little more. 14 thou under in the left, 2 thou under in the right. Tim Stout will have an entry in round 5. Austin Bennett, Tom Artikas Jr. Tom in the left lane, 650 dial in. Austin right hand lane down 644. Artikas already has one entry going to round 5. This is his second entry. Both drivers out in green lights. Austin holds the advantage. They hit the finish line. Winner going left lane. Got it. Austin was 0-11 and 18 thou under. Artikas was 0-26 and 15 thou under. 0-0-3 margin of victory. David Lanning in the truck and right lane down 657. Scott Erickson in left-hand lane dialed in at 557. Both out on green lights here. David Lanning, Scott Erickson. Win like going. Lanning. 004, dead 0. 4 total for Lanning in the truck. It was a dead-on run for Erickson, but he had a 31 light. John Boss. John's in a left-hand lane. Dialed 636, and Kurt Harrington. Chevette dialed 611. John Boss and Kurt Harrington. John might have whopped a little too much down there. Kurt Harrington, right-hand lane, was behind on React. John had him 0-12 to an 0-29. And then Kurt went down there and ran 2 over and took 1 thou stripe. Somebody was playing with the gas pedal. I feel like it was the Camaro maybe. So Kurt Harrington gets the win there, and we got a couple doubles coming back around to finish up round number 4. We need the Vanderbrook Chevelle back to the stage lines, please. Here we go back at it as we finish up round number 4. One of our double-enter drivers here at the end of the line, Connor Jensen, Warren Smith. Warren left lane 6:14, Connor right lane 6:02. Pretty sure Warren won with his first entry. Connor, I think he might have as well. Can't remember that one. Green lights a pair here, Connor and Warren. Finish lane going right lane. Connor Jensen, 007, 3 over the dial-in. Warren was 038 and 1 over his dial-in, about a 100th margin of victory down there. Jensen will carry that entry to round 5. Shanna Stone sitting on the bye run here. She looking to hang on to that if she defeats James Vanderbrook Chevelle. James dialed 606, Shanna on a 608. James Vanderbrook, Shanna Stone, 011 to 015, win like going. Shanna, 011, 2 over, hangs on to her bye run. Vanderbrook was 15 and 6 over in the left lane. Shanna will be back in round 5. Crowd goes wild. No box final round. No box final to the stadium lanes, please. No box final. Lanes 3 and 4. We need Brett Williamson to the stadium lanes, please. All right, Dragsters, we have no doubles at this point. We'll take you to lane 7 and 8. Dragsters, lane 7 and 8. Nobody carrying 2 at this point. So we'll take you to lane 7 and 8 for round number 5. Getting ready to run our no box final round. Dragsters should be out there. Dragsters should be out there in lanes 7 and 8. Dragsters 7 and 8. We need you. We need you bad. No box, final round. Brett Williamson and Tom Artigas. Tom in right lane. He's going to dial a 649. Brett left lane down 580. We need double entered door cars. 3 and 4. To the front of the line, please. Lanes 3 and 4. Double entered door cars. Carrying 2. Lanes 3 and 4. Here we go. Tree down. Green light, red light. Williamson turned it 9 red. Artigas was 005 green. Clicks it off. He'll get her back, put a splash of fuel in it, and he'll be back up with his second entry. Getting ready to roll out here with Dragsters round number 5. Double door cars if you're carrying 2. Double door cars if you're carrying 2 to the front of 3 and 4. Here we go. Round number 5. Dragsters come out of the stage lane. Justin Harrington and Kirby McLennan. Our opening pair here. Kirby and right hand lane, Temperance, Michigan. Dragster down 425. Justin, kid from Middletown, Indiana, and the Dragster down 499. Red light for Kirby. He shuts it down. He's 8 red. Justin's 11 green and 1 over. Kirby turned it 008 red. We'll take the rest of the door cars. Door cars for round 5 to the lanes, please. Door cars. Jeff Sarah and Paul Wolf on the line. Paul dialed 503. Jeff on a 474. Let's get in door cars. Door cars, round 5. Door cars, round 5 to the lanes. Green lights a pair here. Paul Wolf, Jess Sarah. Finish line winner going. Paul Wolf, 007 in 7th thou under. Sarah is 015 in 7th thou under. Better light was Paul. He gets the win there. Russ Sparks and Jason Jensen next. Jason left lane down 452. Russ, the American car out of New York, in the right hand lane down at 447. Good one here, and a 9 and a 12. Finish line winner, the 12. 0-12 dead 2. 14 total for Russ. Jason's 009, a 100th over his dial in. Russ Sparks will take an entry to round number 6. Chase McKay and Connor Jensen going to run. Connor in the left-hand lane. He's going to dial 601 with the Malibu. Chase right lane 441 with the Dragster. We do need door cars to the lanes for round 5. Connor carrying 2 entries. This is his first one. He'll go down and bring it back around, get to the end of the line. Tree on the way down, 00 to a 20. Chase has work to do here. not doing work on Sunday. Connor left-hand lane, 004 dead 2. 6 total for Jensen. Chase was 21 and 6 foul under. So Connor carries that entry to round number 6. Bob Russello, Tim Stout. Bob in a Camaro right-hand lane, Del 560. Tim with a truck, 671. Tim did actually well at this Sunday race a couple years ago, I think it was. He was runner-up, I think. Finish line winner going right lane Bob, 023 and 2 over. Tim got there first and took 600 stripe to be 3 under. Andrew Heining and Corny Micah's going to run. Corey in left lane. The Nova dialed in at 587. The Vega for Andrew, 605. Green lights for both drivers. Micus and Heinig. 4th thou separate them. Wind light going. Right lane. Got it. 8th thou under for Andrew. Corey is 12th thou under the dial in. 004 margin of victory. A 14 beats a 10 on react there. Will Crawford racing Wes May. Wes with the Regal. 654 in the left. Will right hand lane. Del 518. Rolling through our door cars here in round number 5. Wes May, Will Crawford matchup. Wes and Will down the finish line winner going Will. 002, 1 over, taking 3 thou stripe. Wes is dead on with a 2 and an 18 light. Not good enough that time. Orrin Smith and David Lanning going to run. The truck on a 657 Ford Mustang 614. Red light there for Warren by 13. David Lanning's 017 and 3 under. He'll be in round number 6. Second Harrington here trying to get to the next round. This is Kurt, left lane, 612. Doug Foley Jr. making a rare run here in the right-hand lane out of Mooresville, North Carolina with a 590 dial in. Foley in Harrington here in round 5. Winner going Foley, 011 and 1 thou under. Kurt is 029 and 2 thou under. 001 margin of victory for the truck. Tom Artakis, 650 in the right lane. Danny Angels, Mustang 622. Danny Angel in the Mustang. Tom Artakis in the truck. Tom already has one entry. He won the no-box side going to round 6. Trying to get another one here. Gonna happen. 016, dead 4 for Artakis. He'll have 2 going to round number 6. Danny Angel was 0-10 and 100th over in the left lane. I'll put the bye run down the track here. 1 pair just came back around, getting matched up out there. Shanna Stone starting to like this truck a little bit. Elkhart, Indiana, 610 dial in. She will go to round number 6 with it. Channel is 605, 113, 18 on the tree. Final pair here in round number 5. Connor Jensen. Malibu left-hand lane will be on a 6:01. Aaron Vale right-hand lane, 6:21 dial in. Final pair of the round. Connor already won with his first entry. Red light for Connor. Vale was green. He was 12 green. Connor's dead on. The T either met it or let go right before it came on there. 17 red. He'll be back. So will Aaron. Dragsters back to 7 and 8 for round number 6, please. Dragsters lane 7 and 8 for round 6. So if there's a bye run, round number 6, car number C5, JX, Connor Jensen, sitting in the bye run. Double door car, lanes 3 and 4. Carrying 2, lanes 3 and 4. I believe we have one driver still in the event, carrying 2 entries. Here we go into the dragster side of round number 6. We need a door car double. We need you to the front, please. So this will be the ladder setting round with 13 entries still in competition. First pair coming into the water box here, Justin Harrington and Paul Wolf. Harrington left-hand lane going to be on a 5-second flat dial in. Paul right lane dialed in at 5:02. Again, this is the round that will set the ladder. All right, we'll take the rest of the door cars, lanes 3 and 4. Door cars will take you for round 6 to the stadium lanes, please. Red light by 002 for Paul Wolf. So Justin Harrington with a 5:01 on his 5 flat. He was 16 green. Paul's over 100th in his dial-in as well, but he turned it negative 002. So Justin Harrington will be on the ladder. All door cars, we need you back. All door cars, we need you back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Tom Artigas, our no box winner, will be in the left-hand lane. The Dakota Dow 649. Russ Sparks. Rear engine dragster on a 447. Both drivers in the presage beams here. Sparks goes in first. Now Artigas ready. Green light. A green light. Winner left lane. 0-11, 2 over. Russ probably had all his reaction times today before that run together, and it'll come up with that one there. 0-90 here in the round number 6. So Artigas takes that entry to the ladder round. He's got one more shot to put another entry on the ladder. He'll be at the back of the line here, the door cars. Our other door car drivers are getting in and ready to make their round number 6 appearance. First pair coming out of the lane, Doug Foley Jr., left-hand lane S10, dialed in here at 590. Bob Russello, 69 Camaro, LaSalle, Michigan, Dale 561. Tree on the way down. Green lights a pair. Foley is perfect. And 1 over. Doug Foley Jr. 000 and 1 over. Bob was 034 and 1 over. So Foley kind of establishing himself as the number 1 qualifier on the ladder there. David Lanning and Shanna Stone next to run their trucks. Lanning will be 656. Shanna will be 607. David and Shanna here. Finish line, win line going. Left lane. Shanna had him on the tree, 003 to an 017. Took a little too much stripe down there. Took 27. 14 under and 1 thou under for Lanning. Aaron Vale and Andrew Heinig. Andrew down on a 604. Aaron on a 621. Red light here for Aaron Vale. Turned at 7 red. Right lane Andrew the winner. He runs dead zero. 604 and a 604. He had a 49 light. That don't matter. He's going to the ladder round. Andrew Heining. By run of the round. Connor Jensen, the by run of the round. You got one more pair behind him here. The Malibu, he'll go to the ladder round. .016 reaction there for Connor. On the 01, he sets it down. He'll be sit on the ladder there with a 16 reaction time. And our final pair of the round here. Tom Artikis. Tom Artikis left-hand lane. The truck will be on a 649. And Will Crawford right-hand lane. The Corvette 519. Tom has one entry going to the ladder already. Trying to make it a second. Finish line here. Crawford laying down 4 total. 002, dead 2 for Will Crawford. That'll take care of one of Artikis' entries there. He was dead on the dial in, but had an 037. We'll get that ladder printed up and let you know who's running who. So this is the way the ladder round will go down. Round number 7, number 1 qualifier by run. Doug Foley Jr., he'll go to the semifinal. It's going to be Tom Artikas Jr. versus David Lanning. Artikas with lane choice. Will Crawford and Connor Jensen are going to run. Crawford with lane choice. Justin Harrington and Andrew Heinig are going to run. Justin Harrington will have lane choice. We'll take our quarterfinal round of the stadium lanes, please. Quarterfinal round of the lanes. We do need the quarterfinal round in the stadium lanes, please. Looks like we have all 7 drivers back and getting in and buckled up. Narrow this field down to 4. We're going to start out here at 7 cars. We had a bye run. Doug Foley Jr. was the #1 qualifier from the previous round. He was 000, so he gets a free run here at 7 cars. He'll be back. Mooresville, North Carolina S10. Foley is 012 on React and runs 587.1, 115 miles per hour. He'll be back for the final four. Comes our first pair out of the state of lanes, Justin Harrington. Dragster out of OEM Combustion Service, be in the left-hand lane. He's racing Andrew Heinig in his Vega. Dragster on a 501 dial in. Andrew dial 603. Andrew, a no-box competitor. Of the 7 remaining, 2 of them are without a delay box. Andrew's one of them. The Vega 603, Justin Harrington. Young man, teenager, 501 dial-in, Indiana Racecraft Chassis Dragster. Well, Justin is in total control here. Finish line. Oh! Justin was 29 and Andrew was 80 in the right-hand lane. Justin took 54 stripe to be 3 thou under. Andrew went dead zero with the Vega, and he'll get the win. But Justin just took too much stripe down there, taking him out here in the quarterfinal round. Andrew Heinig goes to the semis. Will Crawford and Connor Jensen next. Connor in the left lane. Malibu with a 601 dial in, and Will Crawford right-hand lane, the Corvette Roadster 518. Will Crawford goes right into the stage meeting. We got a little game going here. Connor didn't expect that. Well, it may have not worked. See what happens when the wind lights light up. Nope, Connor, 004 dead 9. 13 total. Will is locked out with a 14 reaction time. Wow, Crawford's 14 dead 2. You'd think that'd be okay. Not good enough on this pair, though. Connor Jensen will go to the final 4, winning by 3 thousandths at the finish line. David Lanning, Tom Artikas Jr. Here's our no-boxer still in here. The no-box 32 winner in the Dodge Dakota left lane, dialed 650. David Lanning's S10 right lane, dialed 656. Final pair? Yep, final pair. Here we go. And we're going to finish on the good side here. Double O's everywhere. Finish line winner, Artikas. He is 9 and 1 thou under. Lanning is 3 and 9 thou under. 003, take 14 stripe. Artikas going to get the win. He's 009 and a thou under. Wins the double breakout. The no box winner goes to the Final Four. So we're down to 4 competitors for the Sunday 5-grander. Foley is going to race Artikas. Artikas with lane choice. And Connor Jensen will race Andrew Heine. Connor Jensen will lane choice. Semifinal, back to the stadium lanes, please. Jerry, turn your radio on, please. Jerry, starting line. Doo doo doo. There he is. All 4 drivers getting in here for the semifinal round. Here we go, final 4, semifinal round. Connor Jensen, Andrew Heinig. 2 no-box racers still in it here in the semifinal round. Andrew's one of them. The Vegan right-hand lane in a Dale at 6:03. Connor Jensen's Malibu left-hand lane down 6:01. So Andrew, of all things, is going to get shut off here. He got all kind of fluid behind him here on the burnout. Connor Jensen, left-hand lane. Yeah, there is a stream. So Connor Jensen will go to the final. He's 007 on the tree here. Sets it down to 6:33. Tough loss for Andrew Heinig. He went all the way to the final 4, but I'm not sure if it's water or water. It's water, but it's not like a drop of water, I can tell you that. There's a lot of water. Here we go with the other half of the semifinal round. Doug Foley Jr. and Tom Artikas are going to run. Artikas coming out of the no box 32 side here. Dialed in at 650. Doug Foley Jr. in right lane. 588 dial in with his truck. Winner takes on Connor Jensen. The Sunday 5 grand final round. Both out in green lights. Win light here. Foley lays down 2. 001, dead 1. Doug Foley Jr. looking to cover the tab here on Sunday. He'll be in the final. Our take his left-hand lane was 012 and a 100th under. Final round, final round. To the staging lanes, please. Final round. Getting it and set, ready to go. Both drivers in. Want to thank the couple hundred people still online watching our final run of the 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge. The bleachers were packed full earlier, but now we're down to, let me count here. There's 0. Nobody in the bleachers. Both drivers on the final day, $5,000 to win. Going to come out of the weekend okay here. Connor Jensen left hand lane will be a 6:01 dial in, and Doug Foley Jr. North Carolina S10. Believe it, Doug won one of the Ace Ohio events. Now my tongue is getting wrapped up here. The Ace Ohio events on Dragway 42 about a month ago. 20 grander. He's on a 588 dial in. Final run of the weekend here. Connor's in. Doug Foley's in. Here we go. Tree down. They're both green. Finish line win light. Foley. 019 taking 100 stripe to be 3 over. Connor missed it a little there in the final. He's 039 and then 2 over. So, ladies and gentlemen, that will do it. There was one in the bleacher. He's going down way down there. Yep. Thank you. Fan of the, you're our Sunday fan of the day. So Foley, yeah, that don't pay anything. Sorry about that. But Doug Foley's going to the winner's circle as our $5,000 winner. And that will do it. We appreciate y'all that are on the live feed watching. If it's still going. Is it still going? It's still going. And thank you very much for watching. And those of you who are on the grounds, have a safe trip home. We appreciate you very much. Thank you, Scott. And we will we'll see you again next year, number 33. 33 years of World Super Pro Challenges. Once again, thank you all very, very much. Truly from everybody here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Those of you that are the travelers, we will see you next year. Otherwise, our weekly racers, we'll see you in a couple weeks.